inch, it'll fall off. The entire time this is happening, I'm uncomfortable, but it is not going to kill me. Listen, buddy. Now, what you got to think about this animal's venom could very well be used in our everyday lives right here. Raise your hand if any of you know somebody with diabetes. Good. Hands down. Type 2 diabetes medication that's on the market is actually synthesized from Gila monster and beaded lizard venom. The venom has a coagulating property that can actually help balance people's blood sugars. We also have battlefield dressings for a soldier. If a soldier gets injured in the battlefield and they're bleeding out and you cannot put a tourniquet on it, they now have a bandage. You can slap it on, clotting the blood, saving lives. Now, would the Gila monster make a good classroom or library pet? No, but I've been talking with Miss Cripps here. We've got a nice idea. Parents, if we continue to have problems with overdue library books and damaged books and fines, I have a spare 200-pound Burmese python. We're going to put a snake box in the children's department. If you have a fine, you go in the box until you pay it. That one will leave you a blank check. I'll trust you on that. Now, this is our carnivore. Say it again. Carnivore. Consuming only other animals. He's a very nice creature. I really like him. Now, we're going to put him up. But remember, brightly colored, slow-moving creatures will give you the warning that they do not need to be messed with. Now, we're going to put up both lizards that were long, wide, and flat, helping them survive in that desert. Now, the next animal we're going to get out is different because it's a consumer like us. Catch a bubble, buddy. Now, this animal here. Raise your hand if you like to eat hamburgers and hot dogs. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you should eat fruits and vegetables. Good. Hands down. What do we call the consumer eating plant material and meat? Go. Omnivore. Very good, hon. Omnivore. Say it, please. Omnivore. Now, this next creature is an omnivore, and it also has what I call the O factor. Meaning, whenever I pull this out, students, parents, librarians, all have a tendency to make these aww noises. I hate them. So if you're afraid you may make a no noise, catch a bubble in your mouth. Put one finger in your lip. Put your other hand on your hip. We want to be nice and quiet to see and learn as best as we can. These animals here are creatures that I have raised in my home with me and the rest of my animals, including my own 2 domesticated humans. I want you all to meet Tracy. Say hi, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Now, if any of you can raise your hand and identify this western desert creature.
I think it's like a groundhog.
Nope, it's not a groundhog. Help her out. Nope, that's an African desert one.
Prairie dog.
Very good. This is a black-tailed prairie dog. Now, besides looking just like a chubby chipmunk right now, this animal here is one of the greatest lessons I could ever teach you. Bottoms down, sitting proper, catch your bubbles, mouths closed, ears open. Stop eating my shirt. Now, what I want you to think about here, this animal is going to be found in the American West. Prairie dogs were once a very common animal, found all the way from California, all the way east to Arkansas, all the way through the American West, all the way down into Mexico, up into Canada. The problem is these animals have now been removed to only 4% of their natural historic range because of us. We thought they were a nuisance. Now, the best lesson to learn from this creature here, new term, keystone species. Say it, please. Keystone species. When you see an archway, that center stone in the top of it is called a keystone. It holds the whole thing together. And that's what we're looking at when we look at these little prairie dogs here. Now, prairie dogs are going to be found living in a very large group in what we call a prairie dog town. It's a massive network of tunnels, cavities, and caverns buried underneath the surface of the soil, or on top of the ground. They're just like you people live in town. They mow the grass way too often, every 7 days, not 4. Now, what these animals will do is they're tunnels underneath the surface of the soil. Bedrooms, bathrooms, food storage, nurseries, lookout towers, and playgrounds. All this will be buried underneath the surface, where on top the prairie dogs keep the grass short and tender. Now, when you're this big, there's a lot of predators that are going to eat you. So if you keep that grass short and tender, that's going to attract other herbivores in the area. First time I found a prairie dog, I was hiking through the desert badlands in North Dakota. I came in out of a drainage on the flat part of the ground. As far as I could see, I thought I walked into a golf course. There was short, tender green grass and holes and rodents running around everywhere. And it was full of life. We had prairie dogs, jackrabbits, antelope, deer, all the way up to 3,000 pounds. You can't pet this one, I'm sorry. Now, what you got to understand, these prairie dogs here will be able to use these other creatures. When you're this big, lots of predators. But if your best friend is a 6.5 foot tall, 3,200 pound bison bull, do you think the prairie dog's worried about a coyote anymore? No. These animals here make habitat that is going to feed the other herbivores. They keep the grass short and tender. That's going to help them see farther. And that's also going to feed the herbivores. Hush, hush, hush. I want you all to meet Shauna. Say hi, Shauna. Hi, Shauna. Shauna is the more athletic sister of our prairie dogs. During the program, she always does her yoga. It's called upside down dog. Don't do that unless you're advanced. You'll hurt yourself in hot yoga doing that. Now, what you gotta understand, these little creatures here, the prairie dogs are gonna be found in that very large group in a prairie dog town. They keep the grass short above their town so they can see farther when they come out of the holes. That attracts other herbivores. And that's gonna allow the prairie dog towns to expand. Abandoned prairie dog towns are actually key nesting sites for two endangered North American species, the black-footed ferret and gopher tortoise. That's why these animals are key, because these creatures help everybody out. Now, humans removed them because we thought they were bad. In the American West, when we turned our livestock loose, they go running through a prairie dog town. You go running through a prairie dog town, you're going to fall in a hole and break your leg. So the prairie dogs have been shot, trapped, poisoned, removed to only 4% because of us. And these animals are awesome. They help us out. The desert, when it rains, it may not rain very often, but when it rains, it tends to rain a lot very quickly. Without the soil and the vegetation we have here, the water runs, it erodes. It takes what little soil is there, take it away. When we have a prairie dog town and it rains, all the water runs right into the tunnels, and it floods the lower part of the town. And then that water will slowly soak into the groundwater, recharging the aquifer. A prairie dog town in Montana actually collects the well water so somebody can get well water from the aquifer in Arizona. Largest prairie dog town on record was 3 miles wide by 7. And when it rains in that desert, the water will flood into it, and then that'll be absorbed into groundwater. But you got to also understand, in a prairie dog town, there's like a gazillion prairie dogs. And they spend all day long running below the surface to the top, below to the top, below to the top. They actually take the cool, moist air from below the surface of the soil to the top, exhaling. Think of this. Sometimes our rainfall here in Tennessee started with a bunch of prairie dog breath in Oklahoma or Nebraska. That's why we call these the keystone species. Now, a lot of you have been looking at me with this one going, Bob, that's a cute little mammal. How come we can't pet this one? It's because prairie dogs in North America have been known to carry diseases, the bubonic plague as well as monkeypox. Sit proper, honey. Now, my animals are disease-free and I maintain them that way because I am the only person who gets to handle them. It's not that I think you're carrying the bubonic plague or monkeypox, it's just you have to understand. You all brought the most diseased, dangerous wildlife in the state with you. 30% of you have it in your lap. Ma'am, wash your hands before you eat anything. Those things are covered in germs. Seriously. They're horrible. I don't want to touch them. I'll have 7 different species of fecal material in my hands and eat a sandwich. These guys touch me, I need a hazmat suit and a bath. Now, prairie dogs, like I said, are amazing omnivores for us. They like to eat both plant material and other animals. An important part of their diet. Listen, sissies. Now, Tracy and Shauna travel with us in this container here. This is their travel cage. They think they're training for American Ninja Warrior. So you'll be able to watch them. They're going to climb around for the rest of the program. But the important part of their diet that we didn't get to talk about yet. Listen, these animals love to eat bugs. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diet. When I was at university studying carnivores, red foxes, gray foxes, and coyotes, 80% of their stomach contents were grasshoppers during the summertime. Scientists have always wondered how a hummingbird grows on a diet of just straight sugar water. Listen, buddy. Now, I got to find a peer to be able to get this analogy. Hummingbirds will actually fly around with their beaks open, grabbing insects out of the sky, like Mr. Miyagi. Problem is, half the room doesn't even understand what we're talking about. It only counts if you saw it in the theater or on VHS. They still don't know what we're talking about. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diets, and that's where you got to understand. If you want to have less mosquitoes around your home, put up some hummingbird feeders. Not only is it important to watch the hummingbirds feed, but you will also be able to have less insects for that. Now, the prairie dogs are very cool, very important animal. One prairie dog by themselves isn't going to be able to survive. With these animals living in a group, that prairie dog town, in that community, they make the environment a better place for us. And that's why we call them the desert dwellers. They're important for us. Now we're going to get out the next animal. The next animal is special because I have to wear a glove. If I wear a glove, that means I can get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. Bottoms down, sitting crisscross applesauce, catch a bubble. One finger on your lip, the other hand on your hip. This next animal is special because of this. This one is actually my favorite North American one, second favorite worldwide. For those of you that are keeping track, that's going to be important. Up. Listen, I want you all to meet Mark. Say hi, Mark. Now, when we look at the anatomy and physiology of Mark, does this bird here look like he's going to eat earthworms out of the ground like a robin? Yes. No. Does this bird here look like he's going to eat hummingbird food from a feeder? No. Do you think this animal here wants to rip the flesh off the prairie dog sisters and swallow it? Yes. Like a kid on a donut. This animal right here has two eyes on the front of the head, using it for excellent depth perception. That is a flesh-tearing beak right there. That beak rips the flesh from the bone so he can swallow it. Even though he's not a very large animal, this guy has a very large, fast, powerful wingspan. Listen. Now, it's one thing to be fast, it's something else to be fast and maneuverable. That long tail fan right there is going to make this an extremely maneuverable predator for us. Long-legged, which is going to be key to most of your desert animals. Your resources are farther apart, so if you have longer legs, you take the least amount of steps. That's why my wife wouldn't do well in the desert. She's got short little legs. Now, the toes here are tipped with these extremely sharp talons. The talons actually grab a hold of killing the prey, where the beak is just the knife and the fork, cutting it into chunks. We got a walker here. Now, what you got to understand here, Mark is the Harris hawk. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but he has a gorgeous color to him. Almost all black, nice chestnut accent on the wings and on those legs, long black tail fan, white band on the bottom, white band on the top. Now you can actually see he's growing a new third feather right there. These guys here will change out their feathers once a year. Now it'll take them months. You change them out a couple feathers at a time, but these guys will be able to do that. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but because these are sociable animals. Most of your birds of prey are going to be singles or pairs if they're rearing young. Harris hawks are going to be found living in a group, in a collective. Now that's going to be important for us. Listen, in the desert, the quality habitat is going to be dependent on available water sources. A spring, a river, a creek, or a tank. A tank is what a Texan calls a pond. And that's where these animals living in that collective have an advantage. The smaller, younger, more eager birds fly into the thicket, chasing the prey. Prey can be everything from large insects, lizards, snakes, songbirds, game birds, all the way up to jackrabbits. Sit down, hands you your cell phone. Now what these animals will do is the smaller, younger birds will drive the prey around and around and around. And when the time is right, they push it out of the thicket to where the adults are sitting there. These birds do a coordinated group hunting attack like a pack of wolves, all with a little bitty bird brain. Now they hunt in a group, they also rest in a group. Relax, you can't eat a kid yet, you gotta wait. Now, what these guys will do, in the desert, the only place you can stop and get in an overwatch position is to sit on top of a cactus. Remember we said he was long-legged? One bird will go land on top of the cactus, other birds then will stand on their shoulders, staying 2, 3, 4, 5 birds high. That top bird will have the largest field of view, being able to see farther, and if they find more food, they fly after it, hunting it in a group. That's why these are my favorite North American bird of prey for. Now, I'm not going to pick on you, but how many teachers do we have in the audience today? Oh, line, there's only 3, 4, all right, a little bit better. Here's the thing, I love working with my teachers. Teachers who are amazing people. The problem is, we all know you're overworked, underpaid, and unappreciated. The problem is, I think teachers are crazy and you have an illness and you need medication for something. I would never do your job. But this animal here makes me feel more like a teacher than I think I should. I bought this animal, I feed this animal, I train this animal, I house this animal, and yet somebody else is trying to tell me how to do my job. Sound familiar? This animal here is technically property of the federal government. You are not allowed to pet, nor are you even allowed to possess a feather off of him. On his right foot, you can see that ID band, 6 letters there on the front, U.S. government. This animal here is technically property of the federal government. If you pet him or keep a feather, I could lose my license. Catch a bubble, buddy. What you gotta understand, Mark here is a falconer's bird. Falconry is when we use our birds of prey to hunt for us. Think about it. We could walk around the park here. When you're uneducated squirrels or rabbits, I can let go of Mark's suggestions and he'll fly after and try and attack it and kill it for me. Now I give him food and shelter every day for the chance that he may be able to go hawking, but this animal here is an amazing creature for us. Falconry is the second oldest blood sport on the planet. And that's what's special about being a falconer. Up. Now, listen. To be a licensed falconer, you need to do well in school so that you can take the apprentice falconer's exam. Listen, it's a difficult exam, so you have to be able to study and do that. Not only do you have to pass the exam, you got to pass the background. I do not want any of you getting in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. This isn't going to help you out in life. If you get in trouble for it, you still won't be able to have the permits to have these. Lastly, you need to remember to be a nice person. Don't be a tool. No one's going to help you out. Once you pass the exam, you pass the background, you have to find a master falconer to mentor you. And in the state of Tennessee, the master falconers are not taking on any new apprentices. It's a whole millennial generation. I swear none of them know how to work. Now, Mark here is fast, but he's not the fastest. Who can name me the fastest animal on the planet by raising their hand? Go. Very good. Most people think it's the cheetah. The cheetah is only the fastest land animal at 68 miles an hour. Fastest animal on the planet is the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon has been clocked at 240 miles an hour. Now, does he reach that speed by flapping his wings? No. Hummingbirds can beat their wings up to 200 beats per second, and they still can't reach that speed. They can also do it for 30 hours straight. What the peregrine falcon will do is they will fly high up in the air. They fold their wings and they go in a straight dive at 200 miles an hour. They hit their prey from above with these talons. Most of the time, the prey is dead by the central nervous system or the spinal cord being damaged. Sit proper, honey. Listen. Now, what you got to understand, if you're flying at 200 miles an hour and you hit a mosquito or a June bug in your eyeball could explode. Watch. Take my hand near Mark's eyes. He doesn't like it when I do it, though. See how his eye turns blue? He actually has two sets of eyelids. A normal top to bottom like ours that he closes when he's sleeping. That second one is called the nictitating membrane. If I poke you in the eye, you only have one set of eyelid. He actually has two. And that's going to protect his eyes, either when they're flying at high speeds or if he's flying through the desert scrub, he doesn't want to scratch his eye on a cactus thorn. Now, for those of you that have been keeping track and the teachers that have a good sense of humor, this animal here is my favorite North American bird of prey, second favorite worldwide. My favorite worldwide creature, which is on my wish list, is the harpy eagle. The harpy eagle is a very heavy, robust bird of prey found in the equatorial rainforest around our planet. Think of this. The harpy eagle is strong enough and fast enough to grab like a 30 or 40-pound sloth or howler monkey out of the tree. They go flying by the tree, rip it out of it, crash down the ground, feed off of it, and then leave the rest for the scavengers. How cool of a program would it be at a library at our school if I had an eagle in my hand right now? I drop my fist, grabs one of these little ones and takes it into the library or the cafeteria and starts feeding off of it. You think it's funny. Come on, you know which kid you want to be eaten by the eagle. Don't lie. Some people don't think that joke's very funny, and if you don't think that's funny, you don't work with enough children. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get out the last animal. The last animal today is special because he will actually be walking around on the floor with me. Are students allowed to pet my animals? No. Can teachers and librarians? Yes. Because if they get scratched, bitten, or kicked, I think it's funny. Now, we want to remember our rules. Bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Plant your bottoms there. Do not get up. Parents, plant your bottoms in your seat as well. I will help you all get as best of a picture as you can. But this is not an animal that you take your phone up and start walking to try and take a picture. He's getting old enough now, that looks like you're starting to stalk him. And you will not like his reply when he thinks he's being stalked. So bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Save your question. If you have an answer to one of mine, you can raise your hand. Catch a bubble, buddy. Save your questions with an answer to mine. You can raise your hand. Let's go to work. I'd like you all to meet Toby. Say hi, Toby. How many of you can raise your hand and identify Toby? What do we got here? Go. We got a kangaroo in the library. How awesome is that today? Now listen. Catch your bubbles. Mouths closed, ears open. Now, Toby here is a red kangaroo. Why are you climbing the steps with me? Now this animal here is a red kangaroo. Now as a kangaroo, he is a mammal. Now there are 4 characteristics that make mammals mammals. I need you to name them for me. Sit still. What's one of the 4 characteristics of a mammal? Go. Very good. Live birth. Did any of you hatch out of an egg to get here on the planet? No. Did your mother cough a thumb and you grow from that? No. You got here as a baby, even though you think some of them are the spawn of Satan. They were all babies. Now, back when you all were babies, you'd be a lot cuter than you are right now. That's not true of Toby here. When Toby here was born alive about 15 months ago, he didn't look anything like this. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he was about this big and he looked like a gummy bear. Now, what's another characteristic of our mammal? Live birth. Give me another one. Go. You have to have hair or fur. Look at me. Am I losing mine? Yeah, I don't care. I'm married. I've given up. I haven't paid for a haircut. Mammals have to have hair or fur. We may not always have it, but we have to have hair or fur. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he had no fur on his body. And his eyes were closed. His ears, his limbs, his tail. None of this was even formed yet. This little guy had to climb from where he's born to get into his mother's what? What did he climb into? Pouch. What do mammals feed their babies? What inside that pouch? What did he survive off of? Go. Milk. When you all were babies, before you ate baby food, you drank milk from mama. Deal with that. Now Toby here climbed inside his mother's pouch, was drinking milk. He came to live with us when he was very young. Toby came to live with us at approximately 4 months of age. Now what you gotta understand, when Toby came to live with me, he was 2.7 pounds. My wife and I did not co-sleep with our human children, but Toby spent months in bed with us. Until he could thermoregulate, he had to sleep next to a human body. Now the cool thing about that is I got him trained rather quickly to sleep in a packing plane in the living room by himself. Parents, get those kids out of your bed and in their own bed as soon as possible. Now, Toby, you can't go into life that way. No. Now, what you got to think about with Toby here? Live birth, having hair, mama fed him milk. What's that other characteristic for us? You can name me another one. Take 2 fingers, touch your skin. Are you warm or cold? Warm. I'm actually trying to sweat already a little bit in here. Now, what you got to understand about Toby here is Toby is warm-blooded underneath of that fur coat. Now, technically, he is no longer a Joey because he is weaned. He doesn't drink milk anymore. This is just watered-down apple juice. You're looking at a toddler running around with a sippy cup and a diaper. But it makes it a very positive experience for him to still be able to program. Now, what you gotta understand here, these creatures, when Toby would be full grown, an intact male red kangaroo will stand 6'1", 6'5", 110 to 210 pounds, and would have the ability to beat the ever-loving snot out of me. Now, these kangaroos are found in a very large group in what we call a mob. Now, what they're gonna think of this. In Australia, it's pretty much a very hot, dry continent everywhere. So these animals will be asleep during the day and awake and active at nighttime. What do we call that? Sleeping during the day, awake and active at nighttime. Go. Very good, nocturnal. So we have a nocturnal sociable creature. And what these guys will do, have a little bit more. Pick it up for him. If he doesn't do it like that, then you gotta burp him if he gets too much air. Now, what you got to think of here is these little guys will be living in that group, that mob, that collective. Now, they'll be sleeping during the day. If a predator comes up to them, the first thing these guys will do is these big males will stand up and flex their muscles. And they're much bigger through the upper body than me, 2-3 times bigger than me. And what these guys will do is if they cannot chase those predators away by flexing muscles, the next thing he will do is these guys will start boxing. Listen, got your bubble buddy. Now, you can see he's got 5 good claws on that front hand. Now, he can box closed or open fist to chase those predators away. Now, an intact male red kangaroo's hands will be as big as mine and then get those claws. Boxing closed or open fist to chase those predators away. If that still doesn't work, now, it's kind of, he's being lazy today because he had a big breakfast. This tail right here is nothing but a strong group of muscle. And that tail right there is going to be important because this guy can lean all the way back on the tail. You've seen him use it as a kickstand. They can actually lean all the way back on that tail, sit honey, holding his entire body weight where he can kick you with his hind feet. Now I did 12 years of Catholic education with nuns that taught me Latin. I have to teach you Latin or they'll haunt me. They're nuns, they know how to do it. New word, macropod. Say it please. Macro means big, micro means small. We can remember that with microscope. Pod is the singular version of peed, not pee. Think of millipede, which means feet. So if I use the term macropod, some of you are looking at me going, Bob, are you talking about Bigfoot or Sasquatch? Those do not exist, and those are really stupid TV shows, to tell you honestly. But you're looking at a 15-month-old, about a 22-pound baby right now. Look at the size of that foot. That's his ankle. That's his knee. There's one toe here on the outside. Most people don't normally get to see. That big toe right here is the second digit with 3 and 4 on the inside. This guy can lean all the way back on that tail, kick you with those hind feet. If an intact male red kangaroo kicks me square in the chest, I can fly across the room. Or they can change the angle of this ankle. And with that second toenail right here, here's your descriptive language for your writing today. A kangaroo can disembowel you, meaning it slices open your stomach and your intestine spills out on the floor. A kangaroo can eviscerate you, slicing a femoral artery in your thigh to bleed out in 90 seconds. But pet him. Does it remind you of a rabbit? 5 digits on the front feet, 4 digits on the back feet. You're basically looking at a 6-foot-tall killer bunny that can disembowel a human. Monty Python didn't get that one right. Now, what you gotta understand here, Toby will be able to be retired by the end of the week. We will be wrapping up our summer reading program for us. Now, we are considering not getting Toby neutered. Most of the time when I get my red kangaroos, I neuter them. They'll be, an adult male will only get to be about this tall, 60 to 80 pounds. The neutering keeps them smaller. But Toby came to us at such a young age that he bonded very well with us. Now, being the father of a son and then the father of a daughter has been 2 totally different experiences for me. And that's where I have a master plan. Here's this. My 2-year-old daughter thinks Toby is her baby. And Toby thinks that's his mama and I'm dad. Let's leave him intact. Fast forward to about 10 years when she starts thinking about dating. These boys start showing up around my farm. 6'4", 240, 32-inch biceps. If I don't like the guy, I go, honey, go feed Toby. The guy doesn't get the hint. We can stand in front of the judge and go, Your Honor, I don't know how his intestine got strewn all over the pasture. Come on, jump in. I know. I need to sew him a bigger bag. He's too big for this one now. Now, the kangaroo is part of that special group of mammal that has a pouch or a pocket for their young. What do we call that group of mammal that has a pouch or pocket? Go. Very good, son. Marsupial. Say it, please. Marsupial. Now, do we have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee? No. Mine only got out of the gate once, and it was a very interesting phone conversation somebody had with the Murray County Sheriff's Department. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. There's a kangaroo on Sawmill Pike, and I ain't been drinking. Luckily, the sheriff knows me. He sends me a text. He goes, Bob, the gate's open, the roof's in the road, making a scene. Fix it. Now, we do not have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee, but do we have a marsupial here in Tennessee? Yes. Name me the only marsupial in North America. Possum. Ladies, when you think about reincarnation, do not look past being a possum. When a possum gives birth, they give birth to 30 babies at one time. Labor is so intensive, you sleep during the entire process. You give birth to 30 babies, they're going to be born roughly the size of a grain of rice. Now, you give birth to 30 on average, 8 make it inside your pouch, the rest die within the first few minutes. This is all right, because you actually don't even know your mother. You don't even know your mother till months later when they climb outside of your pouch, spooking you one afternoon. By this point in time, they're toddlers, so you don't have to worry about that pesky newborn care. The best thing I think about being a possum, you're only pregnant for 13 days. See, now you're sold. You're the most toothed mammal in North America with 52 sharp teeth. You have a 95% immunity to rabies. You are a carrion eater, so you always know where your next meal's going to be. Just walk around the roads. Now, what you got to think about Toby here, me and my animals. Hi, buddy. I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that this job is awesome. You like it when he sucks his thumb? He looks like a little baby, doesn't he? Now, raise your hand if you want to get a job like mine. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you think this is a good job. Good. Now, if you want to get a job like mine, you have to do well in school. You have to do well in school so you can go to high school. You have to work hard in high school to go to college. You have to work extremely hard to get a job that you're never going to make a lot of money. Most importantly, you cannot get in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. These do not help you out in life. If you do get in trouble for it, you will not be able to have the permits to have these animals to do this job. And I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that teaching little ones is the best part of my job. It's not. I enjoy it, it's just not the best part. Some people think it's raising the animals. I've raised all different types of creatures. This is actually the 4th kangaroo I've raised in my home. I love raising animals. It's still not the best part. You got to think about this. The best part of my job is every day I get paid to aggravate principals, teachers, librarians. Now, is it more fun putting little 20-pound bale babies watch her rocket like a crazy lady. Take care. That's her little grand room now. Now, is it more fun putting bottle babies on diapers on Miss Laura, or do you like it when we put the 200-pound python on her? Python. I think the python's the easier one. Now, what you got to think about these animals. These are wonderful programming creatures. They are not pets, though, even though that one thinks he's part of a family. He actually doesn't even know that he's a kangaroo. Now, he has transitioned very well. He is now either traveling with me on the road or living full-time in the pasture with the other ones. And we have another kangaroo that was almost 3 times his size already, and they've bonded very well. They live in the pasture with the muntjac. If y'all remember the little fanged deer from Indonesia, the muntjac, the kangaroos, the potbelly pigs, and the goats all get along very well in the pasture. Now, y'all have done very good. Unfortunately, as usual, we've talked too long, and I got to load up and hit another library for this afternoon. So if you have any questions, let's remember, you're in a library. Go check out a book. If you can't find the right book, ask the librarians to help you out. Parents, if any of y'all are Facebookers, you can fan the company. That'll tell you when we're doing other public programming in the area. For the quirky teachers that have a good sense of humor, we've started this with a partnership with Tennessee State Parks. They're very popular. It's called Wildlife and Wine with Bob Tarter. Teachers need medication, seriously. It's a good medication. Come on now. Now, you all have done very good. On your way out the door, the volunteer will be able to hand out the coloring sheets that have the correct spelling for all the animals' names, as well as we've got our reading foreman that will have the bookmarks right in the cubby hole on your left. And the bookmarks have the red kangaroo information on there, as well as you can find us more online. The thing that I like most about that bookmark one is you will see a very distinctive male standing on the right side of the picture, and the females are on the left, and you'll see how much bigger these guys are. You have done great. I am proud of you. Parents, give yourselves a big round of applause. And we'll see you all again. I'm coming.
Lisa Leslie, pro basketball player for the Los Angeles Sparks. Some of you might think that you don't need to learn math and science to play sports. Well, you're wrong. Getting a good education has not only improved my academic skills, but it also improved my athletic skills. While playing pro basketball, I earned my graduate degree in business. I challenge you to be the best student possible. And to get you started, sit back and enjoy this next episode of the NASA Sci-Files as the Treehouse Detectives help you to learn more about math, science, and technology.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is energy? What are the 4 major systems of Earth? What happens if the Earth's energy budget is not balanced? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Anybody want a smoothie?
What's in it?
Old family recipe. Vanilla yogurt, bananas, and celery.
Celery?
Hey, the game.
Don't worry, I'll beat him, just like last time.
You wish.
By the way, why aren't we at the treehouse?
Bianca's parents said the electric bill was too high for the treehouse, and we needed to cut down on our energy use. So we're using Justin's parents' energy instead.
Hey, don't say that too loud.
You're letting him win.
Don't worry, I'm way ahead of you.
I wouldn't get too excited. I'm about to score another 10,000 points.
Not if I can stop you.
We're catching up.
Oh, I was about to win.
Don't be too sure.
What happened?
I'll get a flashlight.
I'll check the internet. Oops, no internet.
Well, at least the blender won't work now. You should see the stuff RJ's putting in those smoothies. Ugh.
We have battery-powered radios for situations just like this.
Extremely high electricity demand in the south side of the city caused transmission lines to overload today, leading to a blackout. A power company spokesperson said, crews are working to get your electricity back as soon as possible.
It seems that there's a greater demand for electricity than the power company can supply.
I remember that electricity can be made from several sources, such as moving water or burning coal.
I'm not sure if they make electricity out of gasoline, but I sure have noticed a big rise in gas prices.
Maybe by the time we get our licenses, there will be cars that run on something other than gas.
Like the car we saw at Chrysler. It was a hydrogen fuel cell car.
That doesn't help with our treehouse problem, unless they make hydrogen fuel cells for computers and lights.
What if we could find another energy source besides electricity? Maybe we could make the treehouse more energy efficient.
Well, I don't know a lot about energy, so where do we start?
Where we always start, the problem board.
So what do we know?
Well, we know that we're having a blackout because the people need more electricity than the system can produce.
We've got a similar problem at the treehouse. We need more electricity than we can afford.
And we know that electricity is a form of energy.
Right. So what do we need to know?
Well, we need to find a way to get back in the treehouse.
And we need to learn more about energy.
So where do we go?
Dr. D could probably help us get started. I'll go see him tomorrow morning.
I'll go with you.
Oh, I've got a joke for Dr. D, okay? So how did Benjamin Franklin feel when he discovered electricity?
Well?
Shocked. Did you... Oh, come on, you guys.
Hi, Dr. D. What are you doing?
I'm experimenting with potential and kinetic energy.
This looks like too much fun to be an experiment, Dr. D.
Seriously, Dr. D, we're having a little energy crisis at the treehouse. We need to learn more about energy. Can you help us?
Of course. First, we have to learn about work.
You mean like raking the leaves or doing the dishes?
Well, in a way. When scientists talk about work, they mean a force acting through a distance.
So if I push on something and it doesn't move, I haven't done any work?
Very insightful. Let's look at some examples of work. Lift this object for me.
Wow, this is really heavy. I have to apply a lot of force to lift it. Now that's work.
Exactly. The more force you apply, or the more you move the object, the more work you've done.
If I push this weight across the table, does it still work?
Did you apply a force?
Yes, I can feel it pressing against my hand.
And your force moved the object, so you did work.
But what does all of this have to do with energy?
Energy is the ability to do work. If something has energy, it can push or pull an object through a distance.
To do work, an object must have energy?
That's right.
So if I hold up this heavy weight, it must have energy. Because if I drop it, it can drive a nail into a block of wood or crush a can.
Very good. We call that kind of energy potential energy. I'm going to wind up this toy. You try it with these. Are we doing work?
Yes, I have to really push the key around. Does it still count as work if it's moving in a circle?
Yes, it does. You have to do work to give the toy energy. Once it's wound up, it has potential energy.
Why is it called potential?
That's because it's stored energy.
I know, it can't do any work right now, but once we let go, it can do work.
Let them go.
It's just like the heavy weight. Until you let it go, it can't do any work.
Now you're catching on. I have another experiment to show you. This is a balls and ramps experiment. The ball at the top has potential energy. When I let go, gravity does work on the ball and speeds it up, giving it kinetic energy or energy of motion. Can a ball with kinetic energy do work?
That's the easy one, Dr. D. A bowling ball knocks over the pins. That's work.
Wait a minute, Dr. D. This sounds like one of those cycles you're always talking about.
What do you mean?
Well, it takes work to give something energy, and once it has energy, it can do work.
Right. So, where did the ball at the top of the track get its energy?
You put it there.
Oh, and the wind-up toy got its energy because we did work to wind up the toy.
Very good. Energy doesn't just appear out of nowhere. In the case of the ball and the toy, I was the source of the energy.
And we learned in the case of the physical fitness challenge that your source of energy is the food you eat.
And food has potential energy. Energy is stored in food until it is eaten. So where does the food get its energy?
The sun gives it the energy to grow.
The sun certainly affects everything on the Earth. You might find it interesting to see how the sun affects the Earth's systems. David Adamek at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center can help you.
Thanks, Dr. D. Do you mind if I use your computer to download a Get Up and Go sheet?
Sure.
To get a Get Up and Go sheet of your own, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Go ahead and lock up when you leave. I'm going to a conference in Denver, Colorado. I need to get ready.
Bianca and her family left today for Colorado to go skiing.
Maybe you'll bump into her on the slopes.
Well, I'm not going skiing this time. I'll keep my eye out for Bianca. You never know where you'll run into a treehouse detective. Goodbye.
See ya.
Have a nice trip.
Dr. David Adamek, a NASA researcher, agreed to meet with me here at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. I'm excited to learn more about our Earth and its systems.
A system is a group or a collection of items that act together to function as a whole. The Earth itself is a system made up of other systems.
How many systems does the Earth have?
NASA divides its study of the Earth into 4 major systems: the lithosphere, the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, and the biosphere.
I know the atmosphere is a mixture of gases that surround the Earth. It also includes weather and climate. But what's the lithosphere?
Well, litho comes from the Greek word lithos, which means rock. So the lithosphere contains the solid outer layer of the Earth called the crust, and the layer of rock immediately below the crust called the mantle.
Remember that bio means life. So is the biosphere the parts of the Earth that are inhabited by living things?
Very good. And the hydrosphere is a system associated with water, either liquid or frozen. It consists of the oceans, lakes, rivers, snow, and even the ice caps at the poles.
Do the Earth's systems work together?
Yes, they do. And NASA is particularly interested in the way these systems exchange energy.
We learned that most energy on Earth comes from the sun. How do these systems exchange energy?
To better understand this, let's look at one of my favorite examples of an interaction between the lithosphere and the biosphere. Well, the interaction occurs because of an exchange of energy. Near the polar regions, there is land called tundra that is frozen solid during the winter. When the tundra is frozen, it is lighter in color and reflects sunlight, reflecting a lot of energy back into space. In the spring, the tundra begins to melt and tiny plants appear.
The plants are darker than the frozen surface, so more sunlight is absorbed by the land and less is reflected.
That's right. And as more sunlight is absorbed by the surface, the land gets warmer and more ice melts. More melting leads to more plants.
It's a cycle, and eventually the weather turns colder and the land freezes solid again. I guess it is pretty important to look at our Earth as a whole.
The Earth is just too complex a place to understand by only looking at one of its systems.
Why does NASA study the Earth's systems?
The number one reason is to understand how any changes in these systems might affect life on our planet. After all, humans are part of the biosphere, and we've learned that it's possible for us to change the way these systems behave.
So how does NASA monitor the Earth's systems?
NASA has a unique vantage point from which to monitor the Earth: space. Satellites can see the entire planet relatively quickly any time of the day or night.
And you can see anywhere.
Exactly. NASA also uses satellites to study the Earth's energy budget.
The Earth has an energy budget?
Yes, and I think you need to look at that next. Dr. Laura Hinkleman at NASA Langley can help you with this.
Thanks, Dr. Adamek. This information has been really helpful.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm meeting with Dr. Laura Hinkleman, an atmospheric scientist at NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. I know when we're talking about money, a budget is an estimate of how much money you have and how you expect to spend it in a given amount of time. But what is the Earth's energy budget?
It's similar to your definition, but instead of money, the Earth's budget is for radiation.
What is radiation?
Radiation is energy in the form of waves, such as light. Where does most energy on the Earth come from?
That's easy. The sun, our star.
That's correct. The sun's radiant energy lights up our daytime sky and makes all life possible on Earth. The radiation budget represents the balance between incoming energy from the sun and the energy reflected from or given off by the Earth.
So where does the sun get its energy?
All stars, like our sun, produce light and other kinds of energy by using the energy stored in the tiny nucleus at the center of atoms.
We learned that atoms are tiny particles that are the building blocks of all matter in the universe. And if a substance is only made up of one type of atom, then it's called an element.
Very good. One element found inside the sun is hydrogen. And when the nuclei of hydrogen atoms move very quickly, they can collide. Sometimes they combine to make helium atoms in a nuclear process called fusion. Fusion causes a tremendous amount of energy to be released.
And once the energy is released, it radiates outward into space.
Yes, but only a small amount of the sun's radiant energy reaches the Earth, and only a smaller part of that is visible light.
What happens once the sun's energy reaches the Earth?
The Earth's atmosphere provides a layer that can absorb harmful energy, such as ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Some of the radiant energy is bounced back or reflected into space, and some is scattered through the Earth's atmosphere.
So what happens if the Earth's energy budget isn't balanced between the energy that comes into the Earth and the energy that leaves the Earth?
If the energy coming into the Earth is greater than the flow of energy going out, then the overall temperature of the planet will rise.
Will the Earth cool if the energy coming into the Earth is less than the energy leaving?
Yes, and over long periods of time, any change in the overall energy budget can affect the climate and thus affect the livability of the planet for humans, other animals, and plants.
How would it affect our ability to live on Earth?
If the temperature increases, for example, it could melt the ice at the poles, causing a rise in sea level. People living near the coast would be affected and might lose their homes. Some plants and animals depend on specific temperatures to live and reproduce. A difference of even 1 degree over time could be harmful.
What can cause the temperature of the Earth to change?
One reason could be a change to the overall energy balance of the Earth. For example, if the strength of the sun were to suddenly change significantly.
I wouldn't think that would be very likely.
No, a more likely cause would be a change in the overall structure of the Earth's system. For example, if the concentration of gases such as carbon dioxide increases, the surface of the Earth would warm. An increase in clouds can also block the sun and reduce incoming sunlight.
What could cause an increase in carbon dioxide in clouds?
Mostly human development.
Is human development when we cut down trees, build factories, and pave roads?
Exactly. And the burning of certain fuels, such as coal or oil, produces gases and small particles or aerosols, which can reflect and absorb radiation themselves.
So if there are more aerosols in the air, then more sunlight will be reflected back into space. Don't aerosol particles help to form clouds?
Yes, water molecules join together to form droplets more easily on the surfaces of small aerosol particles than in the air alone.
there are more aerosols in the air, the more cloud droplets might form, which will absorb and reflect more energy, causing a change in the Earth's energy budget.
I think you've got it.
What should be done to protect our Earth's energy budget?
Good question. Scientists continue to study the problem, but there's no one solution. It might help if we were to use renewable energy instead of relying on non-renewable energy sources.
Renewable and non-renewable. I think we need to learn more about that. We want our solution to our energy crunch to also be helpful to our planet.
Good idea. As you know, NASA is committed to its mission of protecting our planet.
This has been great, Dr. Hinkleman.
I'm glad I could help.
So what's up? Can the treehouse detectives find a way to save energy? Or will they have to give up their treehouse? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are some non-renewable energy sources? What does photovoltaic mean? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
I miss meeting in the treehouse.
Me too, but with the cost of electricity and the energy shortage, we really need to budget our energy use.
I can help with that. I know all there is to know about budgets.
You were just like your brother. So how is Tony doing at school?
Great. He really loves his business classes. Just imagine the excitement of learning about macroeconomics.
Macaroni economics?
What is it with you and food? Are you hungry or something?
I should have had one of my wheatgrass smoothies before I left the house.
Let's get back to our energy problem. Remember, electricity is used in almost everything. Radios, televisions, computers.
And electric nose hair clippers.
Ew, I don't even want to think about that.
I'm not sure what the alternative is to using electricity, but I think we need to brainstorm other energy sources.
Okay, how do we do that?
Let's download a brainstorming map from the website to get started. Go to the NASA Sci-Files website where you can download helpful tools for your own investigations. So I think we're ready to go to the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that we need to limit our use of energy in the treehouse.
And we know that energy is the ability to do work or to make an effort.
We know the sun is the source of most energy on Earth.
And that the Earth's systems interact with each other.
We also know that the Earth has an energy budget.
So what do we need to know?
Laura Hinkleman at NASA Langley talked about renewable and non-renewable energy.
I wonder what the difference is.
I just emailed the other treehouse detectives to get their input, too.
Justin sent me a text message. He's on the case. His mom went to Virginia Tech, and one of her college friends owns a company called Davenport Energy. Justin thinks he can help us.
That's great. That means we can keep skating.
I'm in South Boston, Virginia to meet with Mr. Ben Davenport. His company, Davenport Energy, serves over 13,000 customers. That's a lot of energy.
I understand that you're here to learn more about renewable and non-renewable energy sources.
Yes, we're having an energy crunch at our treehouse, and we need to learn about all the different energy types to determine which one will best solve our problem.
Well, Ms. Lipscomb here is just the person you need to speak with. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Mr. Davenport.
Sure enough.
Power plants need energy to produce electricity. Most of the energy we use today to produce electricity is non-renewable. Non-renewable energy sources such as coal, petroleum, also known as oil, and natural gas are being used up faster than Earth can replace them. They are known as fossil fuels.
Why are they called fossil fuels?
Well, they actually are fossils. They're the remains of plants and animals that died and decayed over millions of years ago.
We read in our research that coal is made from plants that lived and died in swampy areas.
As the plants died and began to decay, sediments such as loose rock and sand piled up on top of the decaying plants.
What happened next?
The massive sediments compressed the partially decayed plants, squeezing out the moisture. Coal forms in various stages and produces lots of heat when burned.
I realize that coal is a fossil fuel because it is the fossil remains of plants. But oil is liquid, so why is it considered a fossil fuel?
Just like coal, the process started millions of years ago. The remains of animals and plants that lived in the ocean died and were covered by layers of mud.
And they were compressed.
Heat and pressure from these layers caused chemical reactions to occur, creating the liquid we call crude oil, as well as gases we call natural gas.
If fossil fuels are non-renewable, then why do we use them?
They're widely used because they're easy to find and collect. Today, coal provides almost 30% of the worldwide energy needs, while oil and natural gas provide almost 60%.
What type of energy does Davenport supply?
We supply petroleum products and propane gas to residential, industrial, and agricultural users.
We learned in the case of the Ocean Odyssey that oil rigs drill for oil and gas. But how does the oil and gas get to you?
After crude oil is removed from the ground, it is transported to a refinery by pipeline, ship, or barge. And at the refinery, it is separated into usable products.
I didn't know that oil could be made into different products.
1 barrel of crude oil produces about 20 gallons of gasoline, 7 gallons of diesel fuel, and other products such as propane.
What's propane?
Propane is an energy-rich gas that is found in either oil or natural gas. It occurs naturally as a gas. However, at a higher pressure or lower temperature, it becomes a liquid.
What is propane used for?
It is the most common source of energy used in rural areas that do not have natural gas service. It is used for heating homes, cooking, refrigeration, and anything else you'd use gas for. You can even power a bus or a car with propane.
If it is used mostly in rural areas, then how do you get the propane to your customers?
Propane usually goes by underground pipeline to terminals across the country. Railroads, barges, trucks, and supertankers then transport the propane to distributors such as Davenport. We then fill up small tank trucks called bobtails and deliver the propane to large storage tanks that are outside a customer's home.
I guess we could use propane to power the treehouse, but I think we should do more research on renewable energy.
I recommend you go see a friend of mine at Virginia Tech. He knows all about renewable energy. In fact, he and his students have built a house powered by sunlight.
Sounds like Virginia Tech is our next stop. Thanks, Miss Lipscomb.
You're welcome.
The Virginia Tech campus is huge, and some of the buildings date back to 1859. But the solar house a team of students built is very modern. Dr. Mike Ellis agreed to meet me here to talk about renewable energy.
Hi, you must be Justin.
Wow, this is so cool.
It is cool, and it's a great place to learn about renewable energy.
Where do renewable energy sources get their energy? We know that non-renewable energy sources like oil and gas got their energy from the sun millions of years ago.
Renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydropower, and biomass also get their energy from the sun. The difference is these sources are constantly replenished.
How?
Take hydroelectric power, for instance. The sun provides the energy to evaporate water to make clouds. Rain from the clouds, along with melting snow, replenishes lakes. And water from the lakes flows through hydro plants like the Hoover Dam to make electricity.
Cool. I read on your website that this house was designed to be part of a competition called the Solar Decathlon.
That's right. The Solar Decathlon is a competition that occurs every 2 years. Students from colleges and universities across the country design and build solar houses and transport the houses to Washington, D.C. The houses are set up on the National Mall in the heart of the city, where they are judged in 10 different categories.
This whole house is solar powered?
That's right. This house is just like any other home. It's got lights, a refrigerator, heating and air conditioning. But instead of being connected to power lines, this house is connected to photovoltaic panels on the roof. That's our power source.
What does photovoltaic mean?
Well, photo means light, and voltaic refers to electricity.
So let me guess. The photovoltaic panels convert the energy of the sunlight directly into electricity?
Exactly.
Wait a minute. What if it's a cloudy or rainy day? Or what do you do at night when there's no sun?
The students thought about that, and they came up with a great solution. Any energy that's not used immediately is stored in batteries, so it can be used at nights or on cloudy days.
Did you have to be careful when you designed the house so that you wouldn't use too much energy?
The students were certainly concerned with energy use, because the less energy we use, the fewer photovoltaic panels we need on the roof, and the fewer batteries we need to store energy.
How did you save energy?
For the walls, we used translucent materials that let light in, so we didn't need to rely on electric lighting during the day. The materials we use for the walls and the roof are also good insulators, reducing the need for heating and cooling. And we used a very efficient heating and cooling system.
Does this house have hot water?
Yes. The photovoltaic panels on the roof also provide the energy to run a heat pump that heats water for showers, as well as hot water that runs in pipes under the floors to help heat the home.
It seems like energy research is pretty important at Virginia Tech. Thanks, Dr. Ellis.
You're welcome. And if you want to learn more about renewable energy, a good place to start would be the National Renewable Energy Lab in Boulder, Colorado.
Dr. D is at a conference in Denver, and Bianca's on vacation with her family in Boulder. We could get them to go there and do more research.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory is the Department of Energy's premier lab for the research and development of renewable energy. This is the perfect place to learn about solar energy. I'm meeting Dr. D at a facility where they are testing all kinds of photovoltaic technology.
Hey, Dr. D. Wow, check out that getup.
I'm glad you like my solar hat and jacket.
Does the fan on your hat have anything to do with the sun?
Naturally, it's powered by these photovoltaic cells on top. The sun's energy is converted directly into electricity, which powers the fan.
What about the photovoltaic cells on your jacket?
They're doing the same thing as the cells on my solar flashlight.
Dr. D, if the sun is shining, then why would you need a flashlight?
You use the electricity produced by the photovoltaic cells to charge the batteries during the day.
So you can use it at night. We think we have the answer to our energy problem at the treehouse.
What's your hypothesis?
If we can harness the sun's solar energy, then we will have unlimited energy to power the treehouse. We're working on calculating how many photovoltaic cells it will take to power the treehouse. Just think, if we had some photovoltaic cells on the roof to produce electricity and a solar collector panel to heat the water, we could save a lot of energy.
Of course, if it's cloudy, then you have a problem.
It does get cloudy a lot back home.
Why don't you have one of the treehouse detectives back home talk to Paul Stackhouse? He's a NASA researcher who can tell you about good locations for solar collectors. This will help you decide if you could depend upon solar energy.
Thanks, Dr. D.
I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center to meet with Dr. Paul Stackhouse. NASA research is helping companies and cities determine the alternative energy source that is best for their area. We're also hoping he can tell us whether or not we should put up solar panels at the treehouse.
Some energy analysts expect renewable energies to provide between 5 and 10% of the world's energy needs within 25 years, and that may rise up to 50% by the year 2050.
Wow, that's a big increase in the use of renewable energy. So why will it increase so much?
To meet the world's rising energy needs at an affordable cost, recent energy shortages have increased concern over our national energy policy. It is becoming more important than ever that we make sure that affordable energy is available.
So what new sources of renewable energy are the best?
It depends on a lot of factors. For example, you wouldn't want to build a wind farm in an area that doesn't get a lot of wind, just as you wouldn't want to build a large solar power plant in a cloudy area.
That makes sense. So how do companies know where to build renewable energy plants?
One way is to look at the environment in terms of its climate and weather. We are conducting research here at NASA that does this. NASA studies the Earth and its atmosphere with ground-based instruments, aircraft, and satellites.
Why do you need satellites?
Traditional weather data, air temperature, humidity, winds, and precipitation, are collected at limited locations. Solar energy data are collected at even fewer locations. Today, satellites provide the data to derive detailed weather and solar energy information. This helps energy companies make good decisions when planning and designing renewable energy plants.
So do you have to collect data for long periods of time?
One of the research programs, the Surface Radiation Budget Project, produces long-term data sets of solar and thermal energy exchange at the Earth's surface.
Who uses that information?
Climate researchers and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory.
We sent Bianca and Dr. D there to do some research on solar energy.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory first requested that NASA make solar data available to a nonprofit company to determine if solar cooking devices would work in African refugee camps.
I'd like to try solar cooking. Do you think we'd have enough sunshine here to make one work?
On our website, you're able to see over 10 years of data for our area, and that could help answer your question.
We think that solar panels might be the answer to the energy crunch at our treehouse. Do you think we get enough sunshine here to make them work?
Well, let's go to the website and look at the data.
All right.
So what's up? Is solar power the answer to the Treehouse Detective's energy crisis? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How is wind created? What is biomass? What is E85 fuel? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Okay, so solar energy may not be the answer to our energy problem at the treehouse. Justin looked at the data for our area with Dr. Stackhouse, and we have a lot of cloudy and rainy days.
Nothing helps with a problem board like hot chocolate.
Thanks, Matt.
So what do we know?
We know that there is renewable and non-renewable energy, and the sun is the source of most energy on Earth.
We also know that solar energy is an example of renewable energy.
But it might not be the best way to power the treehouse.
So what do we need to know?
Dr. Stackhouse mentioned wind power. I think that might be a good place to start.
We do live along the coast and have a lot of windy days.
And of course, there are other forms of renewable energy to explore. So where do we go?
Bianca is still in Colorado. We can send her back to NREL. They do research on wind energy there.
I'll send her an email and see if there's someone who can meet with her.
Great. So wind is taken care of. What?
Nothing.
The treehouse detectives called me off the slopes again. I'm headed to the National Wind Technology Center in Boulder, Colorado, to meet with Miss Trudy Forsythe, an expert in small wind turbines.
So, I hear you're having an energy crunch at the treehouse.
Yes, and we're interested in wind as an alternative energy source.
Wind energy is an excellent renewable energy source.
Where does the wind come from?
To understand the wind, you need to understand how the sun heats the earth.
I know it's not the same temperature everywhere in the world, so the sun must heat the Earth's surface differently.
That's using your analytical skills. The uneven heating of the earth and the rotation of the earth work together to make wind energy.
How do they create wind?
Let's use a beach as an example. During the day, the land heats up very quickly, but the water takes longer to heat. The warm air above the land rises, and the cooler air above the water moves in to replace the rising warm air. The wind flowing from the ocean to the land is called a sea breeze.
So the wind is created when air moves from one location to another.
That's exactly right. Now let's think about a mountain. Cooler air is at the top of the mountain because it's higher in the atmosphere than the lowland. What happens to that cooler air?
Let's see. If hot air rises and cooler air sinks, then the cooler air will flow down into the warmer lowland areas.
And the faster the wind blows, the more power it has to do the work of turning the blades of a wind turbine.
How does a wind turbine work?
The blades on the turbine act much like an airplane wing. Wind blowing across the blades creates lift, and the spinning shaft turns the generator that creates electricity.
How windy does it have to be for a wind turbine to create electricity?
The Department of Energy measures wind on a scale of 1 to 7, with 7 being the strongest.
I wonder what the strength is of our wind in Virginia.
Average annual wind speeds can be found on wind resource assessment maps. I looked up where you live in Virginia, and the wind resource assessment map shows you're between a Class 2 and a Class 3 wind.
If we only want one wind turbine, is that enough wind for it to work?
That depends on the size of the wind turbine. A Class 3 wind has an average speed of about 5.5 meters per second, or 12 miles per hour. That's pretty good for a small turbine, and a Class 2 might work with a taller tower. We're also doing research with turbines on how to be more effective at lower wind speeds.
How tall does a tower need to be?
In general, the tower needs to be 2 times taller than the tallest obstacle in the prevailing wind direction, and it needs to be on at least 1 acre of land.
I know that a long time ago, windmills were used to pump water and grind grain, but don't most of them today create electricity?
That's correct.
I guess we couldn't put a wind turbine on top of the treehouse.
I don't think that would be a good idea because you'd have problems with turbulence and vibration.
Sounds like it's probably not the best solution to our problem.
Probably not if you live in the city. But wind turbines are great for farms and for other rural areas.
Will wind energy be the answer to our Earth's energy problem?
Not completely. The goal of the Department of Energy Wind Powering America program is to have wind energy meet 5% of our electricity needs by the year 2020.
That would take a lot of wind turbines.
By placing turbines together in a high wind area, you create wind farms. These wind farms are generally located in areas with Class 4 winds or higher. They can stand taller than a 20-story building, and the blades can be as long as 40 meters, or about 125 feet. Wind farms can produce enough electricity to power tens of thousands of homes.
That's a lot of power. What are some advantages to wind power?
Well, the advantages are endless. It's as cheap as conventional fuel sources today, and it's environmentally sound.
So what happens when the wind doesn't blow?
Utilities can generate power using other sources if the wind dies down, and isolated homes and farms can store energy into their batteries for later use.
Thanks, Miss Forsythe. This was really interesting.
You're most welcome.
Dr. D is always doing the coolest research.
This is amazing!
Woo! This time, it took him up to an altitude of 3,000 meters, or about 10,000 feet. I met up with him at Mile High Gliding, a company in Boulder, Colorado that offers glider rides over the Rocky Mountains.
That was a blast. If I lived here, I'd sign up for lessons.
They give lessons here?
Yes, they teach dozens of people each year how to pilot gliders. In fact, Mile High Gliding offers scholarships to young people for flying lessons.
Cool. I'll check out their website.
Did you know that my glider ride was a terrific example of energy?
What kind of energy?
The tow plane did the work to lift the glider above the ground, giving it potential energy. The plane's energy source was gasoline. Once the glider released from the plane, 3, 2, 1, release. Gravity brought it down, but wind power pushed it back up.
How did the wind do that?
Well, here they fly over the Rocky Mountains. When the wind blows over the mountains and comes down the other side, it collides with stationary air and bounces back up, creating wave lift. So glider pilots are really surfing the mountain wave.
Wind energy is amazing. I learned a lot today at the National Wind Technology Center.
Are you any closer to solving your energy crunch?
Well, where we live in Virginia, we don't have the best winds for a turbine, but we might be able to power a small one.
It sounds like you need to explore other options. How about vegetable oil?
Vegetable oil? You mean what you put in salad dressing?
Yes, certain types of trucks are actually powered by soybean oil. It's called biodiesel.
Are you sure, Dr. D?
Yes, I am, and it's definitely a renewable energy source.
I'll be sure to include that in my report to the treehouse detectives at home. We've got some more research to do.
Research is always a good idea. Even though it probably won't help with the treehouse, you should look into nuclear energy. It's fascinating.
Are you reading Bianca's report on wind?
I just finished it. Now I'm surfing the internet. There's a NASA Sci-Files Kids Club in New York. They're doing some interesting research on wind energy.
And they're a NASA Explorer School. Let's dial them up. Hi, I'm Kaylee, and this is Justin.
Hi.
We wanted to learn more about your research.
Hi, my name is Janae Tucker, and this is Chris Diaz, and we are Miss Jordan's class at the LaVergne37086 Academy CS214 in the Bronx, New York.
We are conducting experiments with windmills to see how the tilt of the blade affects the speed of the windmills.
We learned at NREL that wind is a great source of energy.
And that the speed of the wind is a factor in the amount of energy produced. But we didn't think about the tilt of the blades having an effect.
We weren't sure, but we hypothesized that the greater the tilt of the blade, the less the speed of the windmill. So we constructed 3 small windmills with blades at different tilts to test our hypothesis.
To build each windmill, we cut rectangular-shaped blades from poster board. We attached paper clips to the back of each blade.
Next, we used a protractor to determine the correct angle for each windmill and inserted the metal tips of the paper clip into the cork.
What angle did you test for each windmill?
The 3 tilts were 20 degrees, 45 degrees, and 60 degrees.
We placed the cork on a skewer stick with a straw. Then we added a string attached to a paper clip.
We used a fan placed about 40 centimeters directly in front of the windmill.
For each test, we waited until the fan reached medium speed, then removed the wind block.
We used a stopwatch to time how fast the paperclip wound to the top.
We know how important it is to do multiple trials and control the variables. What were your results?
The average time for 20 degrees was 2.34 seconds. It was 3.32 seconds for the blades tilted 45 degrees and 6.18 seconds for the blades tilted 60 degrees.
Maybe you could repeat the experiment and increase the wind speed.
We thought the same thing. We're going to try that next.
That's great. Be sure to send us your results.
We will. Goodbye from the LaVergne37086 Academy CS214 in the Bronx, New York.
Bye.
Bye. That was very interesting. Wind seems to be a great way to create energy. Earth to Kaylee. Are you even listening?
Oh, sorry. I was rereading Bianca's report, and I think wind is our answer. We just need to figure out how big of a wind turbine to build outside of the treehouse. What do you think? 15 meters high? 25? I need a calculator.
Do you think Bianca's neighbors would be okay with a giant wind turbine in the backyard? And what if the wind doesn't blow?
Oh, good point.
Looks like we're running out of ideas.
Don't give up yet. We still have to check out biomass.
That's a funny sounding name. What do you think it means?
I'm not sure, but I think it might have something to do with trash. This says there's a trash plant in Baltimore that uses biomass to create energy.
A trash plant?
Sounds like that's our next stop. It wasn't hard to find the Wheelabrator waste-to-energy plant located in the heart of downtown Baltimore, Maryland. I can't believe this place looks so clean. I thought that a trash burning plant would look more, well, dirty. I'm here to meet with Ms. Maria Zanes. I can't wait to learn more about biomass and how they turn trash into energy. What is biomass?
Biomass is a very broad term used to describe all plant and animal matter on the Earth's surface that can be used as a source of energy. It can include algae, trees, crops, and other plants.
Dr. D told us that soybean oil can be used to fuel trucks. Is that an example of biomass?
Yes, it is, because soybean oil comes from the soybean plant.
So if plants create energy, where does the energy come from in the first place?
The energy comes from the sun. It is captured by growing plants through a process called photosynthesis. The energy is stored until released.
So at this facility, the energy is released when the ordinary trash, such as yard debris, paper, or cardboard, is burned.
That's right.
And less trash must be good for the environment.
Absolutely. Waste-to-energy plants such as this one can produce clean, renewable energy through the burning of solid waste. When burned, the amount or volume of trash is reduced by 90%.
And less trash means that there are fewer landfills.
And burning trash produces less carbon dioxide than burning fossil fuels, which also helps the environment.
So how do you turn trash into energy?
Incoming trucks deliver the trash to an enclosed reception area. Overhead cranes transfer the trash into the boiler's feed hoppers. Inside each boiler, the trash is burned at a temperature greater than 1,000 degrees Celsius.
Wow, that's around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Air is needed to fuel the fire, so the air is drawn from the reception area. By using the air from this area, garbage odors and dusts are prevented from escaping into the outside environment.
That's good. In the case of the unknown stink, we learned all about bad smells. What happens after you burn the trash?
The heat released from the burning trash turns water flowing through tubes in the boiler's walls into high-pressure steam. The steam runs a turbine that produces electrical energy.
How much electrical energy is created?
At full capacity, 2,250 tons per day of trash can generate enough electricity to power 50,000 homes.
That's a lot of electricity. And we always have trash.
In 2003, Americans produced more than 236 million tons of trash. That's 4.5 pounds of waste per person each day. But only 13%, or about 30 million tons of that trash, was used to generate electricity in waste-to-energy facilities.
Are more facilities being built so that more trash can be turned into energy?
Some communities that already have plants are expanding them to generate more electricity from trash. Several cities are also considering building new plants.
I don't think we can power our treehouse by burning our trash. It might be kind of dangerous, considering it's a treehouse. But a waste-to-energy plant sounds like something every community might need.
It is a great option to be considered.
Thanks, Ms. Zanes. This has been really helpful.
You're welcome.
I'm at Virginia Tech again, this time to meet with Dr. Doug Nelson. He works with a team of students that are participating in a competition called Challenge X. I'm here to find out what Challenge X has to do with renewable energy. So what is Challenge X?
Well, Challenge X is a 3-year competition that allows engineering students a chance to do research and development on vehicles that have less environmental impact.
So what are you researching here?
Well, our hybrid electric vehicle team is working on a hybrid vehicle that runs on E85 fuel.
What's E85 fuel?
It's a fuel that's made from 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline, and the ethanol comes from plants like wheat or corn.
Because it's made from plants, is it considered a biomass fuel?
Yes, it is.
Why can't you just use ethanol?
Well, gasoline has to be added to help vehicles start in cold weather.
I remember in our research on biomass that some gasoline already has ethanol in it. How is E85 different?
Well, current fuels have up to 10% ethanol, so they're called E10. Most cars in the U.S. can run on E10. However, if you want to use E85 fuel, you have to alter the engine in a car or truck.
Does ethanol work just as well as regular gasoline?
Yes, but it doesn't get as many miles per gallon as regular gasoline. Although the advantage is it's a renewable energy source.
How is ethanol made?
In this country, it's mostly made from corn by a process called fermentation.
What's fermentation?
It's a biochemical process where a microorganism breaks down a substance into simpler ones. In Brazil, they make a lot of ethanol for cars by fermenting sugarcane. And the exciting news is that scientists are researching ways to make ethanol from things such as wood chips and corn stalks.
We learned all about burning trash to get energy, and now it's great to see another way to use waste products to produce energy.
Research is being done on a plant called switchgrass.
Switchgrass?
Yes, switchgrass can grow in poor soil. It doesn't need to be planted every year, and in general is much cheaper to grow than corn.
Are there any other advantages to using ethanol over gasoline?
Yes, it burns clean and it produces less carbon dioxide. Another advantage is that it's energy efficient to produce. Researchers found that burning ethanol produces 34% more energy than is required for its production.
Why aren't there more E85 cars?
Well, first we'd need to produce enough ethanol for all the cars that use it. Also, there aren't a lot of E85 gas stations.
But what if you're driving and you run out of ethanol?
That's okay, because cars that run on ethanol can also run on regular gasoline. They're called flex fuel vehicles.
I bet they're more expensive than regular cars.
They generally don't cost any more than the same model of car that runs on only gasoline. Now that gasoline is costing more, ethanol will become more attractive to car buyers, so more stations will probably start selling it.
I like the idea that ethanol is a renewable energy source.
Well, then you really like the car we're working on. It's a hybrid electric vehicle, or an HEV. It will run on E85 and regular gas, but also uses electricity.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yes, it is. The electric motor helps power the car when there's more work to do, such as climbing a hill or accelerating. And when you brake in an HEV, this causes the motor to act like a generator and charge the battery.
Sounds like a real way to save energy.
Yes, and we're really excited about the competition. We think we can win with our E85 hybrid car design.
I sure hope so. Thanks, Dr. Nelson.
You're welcome.
So what's up? Should the treehouse detectives use biomass fuels to power the treehouse? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is uranium? What are some ways to conserve energy? How does insulation help to conserve energy? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
The USS George Washington, 4 acres of sovereign U.S. territory. This is so cool, and we haven't even talked about nuclear power yet. I'm meeting with Lieutenant Morris, who works as a propulsion plant watch officer in the reactor department on the ship. Wow, it must take a lot of energy to run a huge ship like this.
It certainly does. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to run the main engines to propel this ship through the water. And with 5,000 sailors on board, we also need electricity to power lights, appliances, and countless other machinery.
Where do you get your energy?
From the ship's 2 nuclear reactors.
How do they do that?
Well, a nuclear reactor operates basically the same as a power plant, with one exception: the source of heat. The process that produces the heat in a nuclear plant is the fissioning, or splitting, of uranium atoms.
What is uranium?
Uranium is a naturally occurring, silvery white radioactive element. When the uranium atoms in the fuel fission, heat is generated, which raises the temperature of ordinary pressurized water.
Well, what happens next?
The water circulates through a closed loop that includes a heat exchanger, which has a watertight boundary between the pressurized water and the unpressurized water that is in a steam system. The energy from the pressurized water causes the unpressurized water to boil, producing steam.
And the steam uses its energy to turn the turbine.
The steam turns the turbines to propel the ship through the water and to produce electricity. After the steam turns the turbines, it flows to a condenser. Both the water from the pressurized system and the steam system are pumped back to be heated again.
What is a condenser?
A condenser is also a heat exchanger that removes heat from steam so it condenses into water. Seawater is used to provide the cooling water for the condenser. The condensed water is then pumped back to be heated into steam.
Wow, nuclear energy sounds pretty complex. Do you need special training to work in the reactor department of a ship?
Absolutely. Sailors working on aircraft carriers, submarines, or any vessels powered by nuclear energy must go through extensive training and education. And our training continues throughout our careers.
I guess safety is very important when you're working with nuclear energy.
Safety is number one. In fact, Naval Reactors maintains an outstanding record of over 133 million miles safely steamed on nuclear power. The program currently operates over 100 reactors.
Are sailors ever exposed to radiation?
Actually, over the course of the year, an average sailor that works in engineering spaces receives less than 15% of the radiation exposure that you get from natural radioactivity in the environment each year.
Working in the reactor department sounds challenging.
It is, and yet it's an exciting career choice. If you are interested, you should talk to your Navy recruiters at your school. Would you like a tour of the ship?
Definitely.
Well, let's go.
All of these energy alternatives are a lot to think about.
That's why I made my brain smoothie, to nourish my brain and think more clearly.
Please don't tell me that brains is one of the ingredients.
No, the secret ingredient is spinach. You want some?
No, that's cool. I think my brain just kicked into high gear.
I feel like there isn't just one answer to our energy problem.
I know what you mean. All of our research has made me think about the future of energy.
Me too. We know that non-renewable energy won't last forever.
And even though there are lots of alternative energy options, not every option will work in every location.
My mom and dad are always talking about conserving energy around the house.
Yeah, mine too. Turn off the lights, close the door, don't stand in front of the fridge.
Wait a minute. We haven't researched energy conservation yet.
Maybe that smoothie really is increasing your brain power. That's a great idea. I know just the person we need to talk to. Ward Burton.
Ward Burton, the race car driver?
Exactly. Mr. Ward Burton won the Daytona 500 in 2002. You might be asking, what does he have to do with energy conservation? Well, conservation has always been an interest of his. He has even created this 2,000-acre wildlife preserve here in Southern Virginia.
Most of the energy that we use comes from natural resources, like fossil fuels, which are limited. No one knows for sure how long they'll last. It is really important to conserve as much energy as possible now until other alternative energy sources are more available.
That makes sense. So what are some ways we can conserve energy?
Well, there are easy things you can do, such as turning off your lights when you leave your room.
And turning off my computer and monitor when I'm not using them.
Yes, you know that'll help. Also, be sure to wash only full loads of laundry and full loads in the dishwasher, too.
I could walk or ride my bike short distances and even carpool with my friends.
Excellent idea, Justin. And then you not only help save on gasoline, but you cut down on carbon dioxide emissions also.
We learned that an increase in carbon dioxide could cause the atmosphere to warm and the climate to change.
That's correct, Justin. You know, however, in the last 30 years, engineers and scientists have worked really hard to reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by 85%. But you know, it's still an important consideration when choosing an energy source.
Our treehouse has a lot of electronic devices that use up a lot of energy. What else can we do to save energy?
One thing you can do is to make sure that your appliances and electronics are energy efficient. If you need to replace an appliance, be sure to look for an Energy Guide and an Energy Star label.
What are they?
Energy Guide labels are required on most home appliances, but not all electronics. The labels provide an estimation of the product's energy consumption or energy efficiency. Energy Star labels appear on appliances and home electronics that meet the strict energy efficiency criteria established by the U.S. Department of Energy and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Is there anything else we can do?
Well, it might not be practical for your treehouse, but you can easily reduce a home's heating and cooling costs through proper insulation.
How does insulation work?
Heat flows naturally from a warmer to a colder space. For example, in the winter, the heat flows directly from all heated spaces to nearby unheated attics, garages, and even basements, and sometimes right out in the outdoors. Properly insulating your home will prevent heat flow.
So it's like putting a big blanket around the house.
Right, but the blanket is inside the walls, the attic, and the flooring. And the sealed doors and windows will control the loss of heat through the cracks in the opening. And you know, more importantly, raise or lower your thermostat in your house. In the winter, every degree you lower your thermostat, you save 3% of your heating costs.
Wow, I never knew there was so much to conserving energy.
Well, sometimes we just don't think about it until we have an energy crisis. But it is important to consider energy conservation every day.
I read on the internet that you have a foundation.
Yeah, I do, Justin. and I created the Warburton Wildlife Foundation to help conserve America's land and wildlife. The foundation encourages wise management of our natural resources, while at the same time educating children and adults about conservation.
We definitely need to be educated on our natural resources. We had no idea that energy wouldn't always be there for us.
Well, Justin, it really sounds like you're on the right track now. I'd like to take you to see where our building for our Natural Resource Educational Center is going to be. Come on, let's go see.
So, after all your research, what's the most interesting thing you've discovered about energy?
I think it's amazing that cars can run on vegetable oil. I mean, that's the kind of car I want to get when I get my license. I'll be able to save money because I won't have to buy gas.
I like the huge wind turbines because wind is free.
I like the idea of burning trash to make energy. It's even better than free energy because it reduces the amount of trash that's building up in our landfills.
Those are all great ways to produce energy. And just think what scientists and engineers might come up with in the future. In fact, right now, NASA is doing research on a way to propel spacecraft using the sun's energy.
How would they do that?
Sunlight bounces off a football field-sized ultra-thin mirror called a solar sail. The bounce of the sunlight only provides a very small force that the sunlight can push for a long time. Would you believe that after 1 year, a spacecraft like a planetary probe could get moving as fast as 50,000 kilometers per hour?
That's fast. And pretty amazing. But what's even more exciting is that we can move back into the treehouse.
How did you convince your mom and dad?
Actually, they were excited about our results.
We discovered that the treehouse wasn't using a lot of energy after all.
Right. We have a few light bulbs, a TV, and some electronic devices.
The treehouse doesn't have a lot of appliances that use up a lot of energy, such as heaters, air conditioners, clothes dryers, or even refrigerators.
So your parents were the ones using most of the energy and causing the electric bill to be so high.
That's right. So we told Bianca's parents about conserving energy and the alternative energy sources that are available.
And you know what, Dr. D? We realized that there's not a single solution to the energy crunch.
Right. We had to learn that a lot of things can work together.
You mean an energy-saving system?
Right. From now on, Bianca's dad is going to buy Energy Star appliances when they need to buy new ones.
Bianca's mom said that they were going to set the thermostat a few degrees cooler in the winter and a few degrees warmer in the summer.
My dad said that next year we're going to buy a solar water heater.
That's great. So what about the treehouse?
That's the best part. I think we have a solid plan. First, we are going to get some solar cells for the roof of the treehouse.
My parents asked that we do some fundraisers to pay for half the cost.
We figured that even though it gets cloudy here, the solar cells will still provide a good portion of our energy needs.
We're also going to seal the cracks in the treehouse and put in some insulation. This should make the treehouse a little more bearable when the weather's too hot or cold.
And don't forget, RJ's gonna buy an Energy Star blender for the treehouse so he can save energy while making his famous smoothies.
Well, if that's the case, why don't I give you a website that has healthy and delicious recipes for smoothies?
Good idea, Dr. D. Researching new recipes for RJ should definitely be our next project.
Can't depend on fossil fuels. Growing old Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University. Looking for a scholarship? Apply to MTSU by December 1st, and if you meet the criteria, you could qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She shares her insights and ideas. And remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham talks to us about how it's a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to find for wellness across the life space. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Looking for a scholarship? Well, you need to apply to MTSU by December 1st. If you're an incoming freshman and you meet our criteria, you may qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Tony, welcome back to the show.
Hey, thank you for having me, Andrew.
You know, when it gets to this time of year, all we say is December 1 deadline, December 1 deadline. It's on billboards, it's on our website, December 1 deadline. So why is December 1 so important to an incoming freshman at MTSU?
Yeah. So that date's very important if you want a guaranteed scholarship. And we all know that we have so many great qualified students who are applying to MTSU. So we want to make sure that they apply by December 1st so we can get their application processed, get them admitted, and then we can award them a scholarship. Our scholarship deadline's December 1st. We have so many awesome scholarships for students. All they have to do is apply, send in their transcript, their ACT scores, and once we get that and we can admit them and evaluate, make sure they meet the scholarship requirements, then they will be guaranteed and awarded a scholarship.
Now, you can apply to MTSU and be admitted beyond December 1st.
Absolutely.
And when we talk about a guaranteed academic scholarship, that's different than me just applying for a scholarship and I write an essay and all these things. It's a whole different kind of critter. What does a guarantee mean?
Yeah, so if you meet any one of those scholarship thresholds with the ACT and the GPA, you're going to get that scholarship.
Period. Automatic.
There's no extra application, there's no scholarship essay, anything like that. You just have to apply, send in your transcript, your ACT scores. Once we get that and we evaluate it and see that you meet the requirements, you'll be awarded that scholarship.
There's a whole range of these scholarships, and I want to talk them through a little bit, but we're really excited about the new enhancement of the True Blue Scholarship.
Yes.
And it's because it begins at an ACT score of 22.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's the most money awarded to a student with the 22 to a 24 on the ACT, combined with that 3.5 GPA, gets them $3,500 a year.
That's $14,000.
That's $14,000 for 4 years, which is awesome. I mean, that's pretty much taking care of, maybe most of your tuition, depending on how many classes you're taking and things like that. And the great thing about that is that it's stackable too. So if you qualify for the Hope Scholarship, which if you're a Tennessee resident and you have that 22 or higher, you're going to get that
You've
Hope
got it,
Scholarship.
right.
Absolutely. So you're stacking that on top of any federal money that you're getting, any outside scholarships that you may receive as well. You can stack that True Blue Scholarship on top of that too. You may even get some money back at the end of the year.
It really is amazing, and it's the largest of its kind in the state. We're really proud of that. I love the fact that we're making these scholarships accessible to these great students in the 22 to 24 band. I also love the fact, like you mentioned, the Hope. The state recently expanded the benefit on the Hope. So combined with that, you talked about that plus the Hope. Yeah. It is almost tuition free. It's very, very close to it, right?
Very close. And every student is different depending on how much money you're receiving in scholarship. And that's just, the starting band. So if you get higher on the ACT and still that 3.5 GPA, you'll get more money in a guaranteed scholarship.
You are all about segues. That's good. So okay, the presidential scholarship, what is that?
So that one is $4,500, and that same as the previously True Blue, you'll get that over all 4 years. And once again, stack it with the Hope Scholarship, with any Pell Grant, with any outside scholarships as well. All that combined together. And that one is an ACT band of a 25 to a 29.
And for sure, that benefit plus the Hope really does cover your tuition costs.
Absolutely, that
and
will
that's
cover your tuition.
just a fantastic thing. Then 30 and up, we've got the trustee scholarship.
Yes, sir. And that one is $5,000 a year.
And for those students in the trustee scholarship band that are at the very high end of the ACT, we've got another bonus for them.
Absolutely. We're really excited about this one too. This is our new Centennial Scholarship. So from a 34 to a 36 on the ACT, that's giving you a total of $8,000 per year. So that definitely is taking care of your tuition.
It really is. It really is.
Just with that scholarship. And as we said, with the Hope Scholarship, anything else that you get, I mean, you're off to the races with that amount of money that you're getting.
So many people don't do the math on this because you're right, because they're stackable. There's also other scholarships you can get from private sources, foundations, and things like that. But stacking on top of all that, suddenly you've got enough that covers your tuition. Then you can start chipping into like room and board.
Yeah.
And then you start chipping into money in your pocket after the semester is over.
Absolutely.
I know several great students who have managed their scholarship budgets such that when they leave with money in their pocket to go into the real world.
Absolutely.
And I don't think enough people talk about that.
No, I mean, I don't think they do either. And then just being able to graduate debt-free.
Right.
I know here at MTSU, we already have students graduating with very low debt, but even just getting out of, your bachelor's degree with no debt and actually making money, being paid to go to college, I mean, you can't get any better than that here.
Tony, there's so many scenarios where you can go to MTSU for tuition free. Where can I find out about this?
Yeah, so if you just go to our website, mtsu.edu/mtfree, it will take you to that webpage, and you'll see so many different, like you said, scenarios where students can qualify to be tuition free, and then you'll see how you can actually get money back.
Well, Tony, you and your team do a fantastic job of welcoming these students to campus, the outreach throughout the state of Tennessee, and plus Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia. I mean, we are just all over.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's just a few. We're national. We get applications from all over the country and international too. So we're excited about it.
Tony, thanks for all you do.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but also the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She joins us to share her ideas and insights. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
You know, we bump into each other, it seems like all the time on campus.
We do.
I mean, there you are, here you are, and it's great to have you come to the studio because I really wanted to talk to you about your work in IT, how you're really trying to expand the pool of qualified candidates in IT, recognizing the great opportunities in the Nashville area, but you've also got some great stories about your journey here, so let's get started. So let's talk about first, you know, Nashville is a tech center and the opportunities and challenges that they face as a result of that and how your expertise is helping guide some of those conversations.
Of course. So Nashville is booming. Everybody want to come to Nashville. But there is one issue that you hear a lot from organizations and companies, that they're not able to find IT talent. Mm-hmm. So to counter that, I feel we need to prepare the workforce early on, starting from our students. One part of that is to provide study abroad programs for them, to expose them to that international aspect, to see other perspective, other subjects, other point of view. And actually, we did one of that. We internationalized a course where we did a joint course with a university in Brazil, and then we did a joint project, me and my colleague. Actually, it was his course. So we did a joint project with them where our students will do the same project with Brazilian students. And then at the end of that course, we elected 4 students to go actually to Brazil to meet their counterparts. And then we did a paper about what we did, the internationalization, and we presented at a conference.
Such a great priority at our university about study abroad and international opportunities. Dr. Robert Summers, who I know is one of your colleagues, our Vice Provost for International Affairs, such an advocate for those things. Why is it important, in your perspective, from the IT perspective, for internationalization? How does that help prepare a better prepared candidate?
I think it is important because for over the last 40 years or 45 years, all the research indicated that there is an IT shortage. Mm-hmm. So for 40 years till now, we were not able to solve this. Mm-hmm. A ton of research has been done. But nowadays, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is a big thing for employees, specifically for IT professionals. They want to be hired, yes, but also they want to be included in the culture of the organization. Right. So one thing that I advise organizations and companies is to have their environment as inclusive as possible. There are a lot of remedies to create such environment, but this is one way of really attracting IT talent. Mm-hmm. We, as higher education institutions, we are doing our part of trying to internationalize our courses, to expose our students to that aspect, to tell them that, hey, listen, there are other people who are also in the same domain. So having that exposure to other people will help them build that skill to really be cognizant of other people, other culture, other beliefs, and all of that. So this is key, actually, because if you look now, employees before COVID are different than the people after COVID. COVID changed people. Employees and IT professionals are thinking about their priorities. Yes, they want a good pay, they want a job, but they want quality of life too. Mm-hmm. And inclusion and diversity and equity actually help. While diversity is something that you can see and you can easily report it, inclusion is invisible. Mm. So unless you make dedicated practices and policies and intentional practices to make the perception of inclusion at your company visible and understood and well communicated among employees, it's gonna be hard for organizations to really retain, not just hire, to retain the IT talent that they have.
We talked off camera briefly and you talked about, yes, there's a lot of IT vacancies in the Nashville market. And it's easy to think, well, gosh, that means folks are just going to rush to fill those jobs. But there's such a competition for that talent, that experience. And one of the points you made to me about the international studies is that that helps give some of our students that might be just entering into that job market at least a little bit of a boost up from a resume standpoint and a perspective standpoint that might allow them to compete against someone that maybe had a little bit more time and grade and job.
Correct. So one thing is that I do believe that I encourage every student to take study abroad. Because if I'm an employer and I have the same CV, but I see somebody who really took a step outside the US to meet other people and spend some time in an educational setting as an employer, I'll choose that person because I know that person dealt with uncharted water for that person and he was able to gain something. That is something very essential in today's industry, today's market, that students need to have, and also fresh graduates need to have that international aspect and experience. Now, while organizations are really looking for IT talent, they always ask for at least like 3 years of experience. I encourage students to do the internship, but also to add that international aspect to their resume. It really helps.
Professor, thank you for coming on the show, and thank you and congratulations for all you're doing for our students in our university.
Thank you, it's a pleasure, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham joins us to talk about how this is a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to do to find wellness across the life space. Rebecca, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
It's an honor to have you here. We talked a little bit before you came on air. We talked about how your program is based in the Ellington Human Sciences Building. What's the major? Tell me in a nutshell your elevator speech for your programs.
Sure. So Child Development and Family Studies, more broadly across the country, is known as Human Development and Family Science. And you can hear in the name that there are really two major branches. People who are studying human development from prenatal all the way till death. And it's really focused on individual development. But of course, individuals are not islands unto themselves. We all develop inside relational contexts, and that's where family studies come in. And so our students come into the major and they could have varying interests related to anything related to prenatal development, child development, emerging adulthood, middle adulthood, older adulthood, death and dying, or they may be interested in things like romantic relationships, friendships, siblings, sexuality, contemporary families, society at large in the context that families develop in. So it's a really interdisciplinary field. We draw from sociology, we draw from psychology, neuroscience, a lot of different theories and methodologies to do the kind of research we do in this field.
So when folks learn about this, I guess one of the reasons you call it a discovery is that not a lot of people know. They may be interested in this, but they may not just be aware that there's a program that can get to this. And that must be a fun kind of discovery conversation with them as well.
Right, so we normally engage with the STAR program where they bring students to campus, usually first-year students to campus early, and they have a panel of different majors on campus that students may not know about coming into college. They know about psychology, they may know about sociology, and they say, I want to be a counselor, so I'm going to do psychology. They may say, I want to work with kids, so I guess I'll do early childhood education. But a lot of our students, when they come to us, they say, you know, I started in psychology and the classes, I just noticed I really gravitated toward classes about communication or about child development. Or maybe I was an early education major and I realized I didn't want to be a teacher, but I do want to work with kids. And so in that process and talking with their advisors, they usually find us toward the end of their sophomore year, the beginning of their junior year, and we're trying to work their classes in. So what we'd really like is to increase our presence on campus so that students find us earlier in the process, because when they do come to us, they love it there.
Right.
They feel a sense of belonging. They feel like this is where I should have been all along. Our classes are super interesting, and it's about things that are relevant to really all of our lives.
When we chatted a little bit, we talked about some aspects of your program that you're very proud of, and one of which was support and belonging. Can you give me that kind of nutshell of that?
Yes, so I like to say that we have some of the best students on campus because our students care so much about people, and a major value and ethic that we have in our discipline is just that people matter. People matter a lot. So we have students who care about people and we have faculty who care about students. And so we practice that ethic in our classroom. We know all of our students by name. We're following what they're doing. We're checking in on their well-being and saying like, hey, I noticed that you seem to be struggling. Is anything going on? Do you need more support? Do you need more resources? And we also create classroom environments where students get to interact with one another a lot. And so they create social networks in the program that help them feel like they belong and feel like they find a home in our program that goes beyond just being a student in a classroom, but being seen as a whole person. And that's something that we're really proud of in our program and something that our students comment on a lot when they come become CDFS majors after a few years.
It seems like there are a lot of opportunities in the job market for the skills that you teach, but what are some of the jobs that you're familiar, that your graduates have gone on to?
Right, so I think first I want to say that there's a very common misconception. I think because right now the name of our particular program is Child Development and Family Studies, like people kind of forget the family studies and they say, oh, these people just must want to work in daycares. And certainly some of them do, but one of the challenges that our majors face is realizing when they get into our program is the absolute wide range of diverse work environments and types of jobs they can have after just a BS in this degree. So, like I said, they may work with children, but they can also work in any kind of environment, profit or nonprofit, government agencies, private companies, where they are serving families or individuals in terms of their wellness in some way. So we see people go on to work in assisted living facilities. We see people do community education in nonprofits. They may work in child and foster care systems. They may work with people who experience trauma and abuse. A lot of our students are really interested in helping specific populations. So people who have disabilities is another really popular group that our students enjoy working with. They may even work in the medical system, like hospital systems. A child life specialist is someone who works with children who have chronic illness just to improve their quality of life in the hospital and to work with their families. So that's a good application of this major. So the types of spaces they can work in is very, very diverse. And there are also lots of different graduate school options afterward, but you don't even need to go to graduate school to be able to find gainful employment in this field.
All right, we want everybody to remember Child Development and Family Studies.
That's right.
Look, going into the university.
That's right.
Don't discover us after you've been here. Find it going in. Find it going in. Professor, thanks for sharing all this with us.
Thank you. I've
really
been so
appreciate
happy
you.
to talk about our program. We really love what we do, and we really love our students, and we just want more people to find the joy of being a CDFSA major sooner.
And it shows. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
On this edition of Saving a Species, polar bears. They live in one of this planet's harshest environments,
with an exceptional mix of physical and behavioral adaptations.
Their survival comes down to their ability to find and conserve energy.
And our ability to reduce energy consumption.
Their environment is melting away and time is running out.
But there is hope, and more than ever, the solutions involve your everyday actions. Hello and welcome to Saving the Species. I'm Bill Street. For today's program, we've teamed up with experts from Polar Bears International. And with their help, we're going to show you stunning, rarely seen views of polar bears in the Arctic and the changes happening to their environment. But first, we need to kick this off with one very important idea. We're connected to polar bears in ways that affect their habitat and their survival. Our own Chuck Heroux explains.
It's hard to imagine a wilderness more inaccessible than the home of the polar bear. Only animals adapted to survive in the extreme cold stand a chance here. Among those animals, the polar bear is the epitome of specialized adaptation. You're looking at one of the Earth's top predators, but in its primary habitat, it usually doesn't see any land. Now think about it, you're one of the toughest predators to ever walk the face of the Earth, but the Earth really isn't Earth at all. It's just a thin layer of frozen water. Now, no matter how tough you are, you're always vulnerable to one possibility. Turn up the temperature just a few degrees and everything you depend upon for survival could simply melt away. You know, for most of us, this is about as close as we'll ever get to an actual polar bear. Places like SeaWorld's Wild Arctic can literally bring you nose to nose with polar bears. Whoa, that is pretty close, and it's really cool. But you know, your connection to and your impact on polar bears is a lot closer than you think. Let's start off with a little geography. Right now, I'm in Orlando, Florida, but let's say I want to hightail it over to San Diego, California. Well, it's not quite that easy. Truth is, I'd have to drive or fly about 2,400 miles. But hey, it's no big deal. People make this trip all the time, right? Now, let's say I'm back in Orlando, but this time I want to go north to the closest known polar bear territory. Well, the southernmost range of polar bears in North America is only about 600 miles north of the U.S. border. That means my trip to see a polar bear would actually be shorter than my trip to San Diego.
Some polar bears live in Hudson Bay and Labrador, very close to the United States. But the entire range of polar bears includes 5 nations and vast expanses of frozen Arctic Ocean.
Humans aren't just close to polar bears geographically. The decisions we make and the things we do in our everyday home life are having a profound effect on polar bear habitat. Here's why. Many of the things that we do every day produce an invisible gas called carbon dioxide. Trust me, it's there. The carbon dioxide in our atmosphere is super important. It helps trap some of the sun's energy, kind of like a blanket, keeping the temperature just right. It's also one of the ingredients of photosynthesis, where carbon dioxide, along with water, produce energy and the oxygen that we breathe. Between carbon dioxide and oxygen, it's a constant, natural balancing act. But now, that balance is harder to come by. Every time we produce or burn energy, we usually release more carbon dioxide. And nowadays, we're using more energy than ever. And deforestation reduces our planet's ability to convert all this extra carbon dioxide into oxygen. Instead, that carbon dioxide is building up in the atmosphere. And now, add up all the carbon dioxide emissions from all the energy-consuming items that we use every day, and what you've got as a result is like someone throwing a second blanket over the Earth's atmosphere. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? It'd be great if we could somehow build a bubble around the Arctic and protect it from the rising temperatures and melting ice. But we can't.
The only solution that we can directly control is to change human behavior. We have to make smarter choices about our energy consumption. And that means smarter choices in just about everything we do, where we live and work, how we get around, and what we choose to eat. We need to choose, build, and live sustainably.
Easier said than done, right? Imagine I told you you had to adjust your thermostat, cut down on your time with the blow dryer, or tell mom she's got a carpool to work. Just how tough would that be? Let's find out. This is Spencer, and this is Spencer's family. They've agreed to help us with a little experiment. For the period of a week, Spencer will play Energy Cop, working to get his family to conserve energy wherever possible. Spencer will record whatever happens on camera, and we'll learn firsthand what it takes to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and hopefully make a positive difference for polar bears.
We'll have the results later in the program. But now it's time to turn our attention to the Arctic. As you're about to see, polar bears may be one of the strongest, most well-adapted animals in their domain. But even for them, survival in the Arctic is a daily struggle.
If you picture the Arctic as a lifeless frozen space,
then get your head out of the freezer.
And get ready for the real Arctic.
I'm Tim.
And I'm Robin. And we're here to show you what it takes
to survive in the Arctic.
First, you've got to have the right gear for the job.
And polar bears have awesome gear for life in the Arctic.
Underneath all that fur, there's an incredibly thick hide. And underneath that thick hide are several inches of fat. It all serves as head-to-toe insulation.
In fact, polar bear insulation is so good that they're more likely to get overheated than to feel the effects of the cold.
Now let's talk paws. A polar bear's paw is kind of like this multi-purpose tool with a lot of functions all in one.
Thick, textured pads provide extra protection on sharp, broken ice and traction on slick, slippery ice.
Those paws are also super wide. I'm talking as wide as a dinner plate.
That extra width makes the paw more like an oar, allowing polar bears to paddle through icy waters and swim huge distances.
Large paws also serve another purpose, weight displacement. Despite their huge size, a bear's weight is distributed evenly, allowing them to stay high and dry on thin ice humans wouldn't dare set foot on.
Then there are the claws. Polar bear claws are short and strongly curved, almost like hooks, allowing the ice bear to grab and keep hold on even the slipperiest prey.
And look at these teeth, 42 of them, all designed for ripping and tearing at maximum speed.
And we can't forget the nose. A polar bear's nose is highly sensitive and helps with locating prey from great distances. They have one of the most sensitive noses in the animal world. It's clear, the polar bear is equipped to be the Arctic's most effective predator.
And even those visual details that make the polar bears seem so lovable, like cute little ears and a tiny tail.
That's not cute, that's function. Smaller extremities mean less heat loss. Everything about a polar bear is suited to the Arctic environment. And here's why that's important.
This is the true Arctic, a place that's always expanding, shrinking, a place where ice is always on the move. That means the bear's food source is always on the move. You tell them.
No, you're doing great.
Okay, fine. Look, here's the deal. A bear's primary food source is seals. I know they're adorable, but a bear's gotta make a living.
And boy, do they ever.
With all that blubber, seals are a high-calorie, made-to-order package of perfect polar bear power.
So to understand what motivates a polar bear, you've got to understand what motivates a seal. And to do that, you've got to turn the world upside down.
Now imagine this cup of ice is the Arctic. Up top, everything is calm. But below the ice, sunlight is poking through.
That sunlight creates algae and tiny plant life. This algae and plant life serve as a food source for small invertebrates and tiny fish. And guess who enjoys eating the fish? Seals.
Seals hunt for food beneath the ice, but they're air-breathing mammals, so they dig and maintain breathing holes in the ice. These breathing holes help seals survive, but in some cases, it also spells their doom.
That's because the polar bear knows all about those breathing holes and is more than willing to wait it out for the next seal male swimming just beneath the ice. More often than not, the wait doesn't pay off. But on those occasions when the seal finally does come up for air, that's it for the seal.
For the bear, this seems like a pretty sweet setup. But remember, this is the Arctic, and the Arctic is continually changing. Animals like ringed seals, bearded seals, and the Arctic fox all know they have to stay on the move and go where the food is. The same is true for polar bears.
So take that heavy insulation, the paws, the claws, the teeth, the nose, and all those special adaptations. And that would all be nothing if the polar bears didn't have a keen sense of food on the move.
It's the ability to follow food sources far and wide that may be the polar bear's greatest asset, and what puts this predator at the top of the Arctic food chain.
As Robin and Tim just explained, polar bears are perfectly suited for their environment. But that also means that they are completely dependent upon their environment. For polar bears, living on Arctic ice is the only option.
Even with all the adaptations that place them at the top of the Arctic food chain, polar bears still need to live by one unforgiving reality. The amount of energy spent has to be less than the amount of energy being taken in and stored. Consider this apple. It contains around 95 calories. At most, I'll burn a couple of calories in the process of grabbing it and eating it. Nutritionally, that's a pretty good deal. Hey! Now, let's say someone takes that same apple and places it in a really high place. To get that same 95 calories, I now have to climb up the tree and climb back down. In the process, I could lose hundreds of calories. Suddenly, this deal's looking like a bad apple. Here's how that principle applies to polar bears. Let's imagine a bear sees or smells many seals in the distance. She could dash around hoping to catch one, but most seals would hear her coming and escape. The energy consumed in that kind of hunt could outstrip the energy gained from eating a seal, even if she did catch it.
A better method is a slow, planned stalk. Bears can be very stealthy as they sneak up on a seal hauled out on the sea ice. The bear takes advantage of channels melted in the sea ice to keep a low profile and sneak up on the seal without being seen. The bear stays mostly hidden in the water with only its head and maybe its shoulders above the surface. The rest of the bear is down below, kind of like an iceberg. It takes some work, but this can be a pretty effective way for the polar bear to balance its energy output and its energy input.
Another highly effective hunting method is what's called still hunting. The bear uses the ice as a hunting platform and simply waits for a seal to come up for air at a breathing hole. The bear literally plucks the seal out of the hole. By waiting for the food to come to her, the bear has expended far less energy and has now gained all the calorie-filled fat and protein from an easier, quick kill. If polar bears were able to stay put in one place, then conserving energy wouldn't be as big of a deal. However, because ice changes with the seasons, the landscape, or rather icescape, is never the same. The ice is on the move, seals are on the move, and so then are polar bears. It may seem like a tough life, and it certainly isn't easy. But the balance between food source, miles traveled, and energy consumed works perfectly for the bear. That is, unless something comes along and changes the equation.
Polar bears live throughout the circumpolar Arctic, and therefore they experience a wide variety of sea ice types. But polar bears really make their living in what might be called the Arctic Ring of Life. This is shallow water areas adjacent to the northern coasts of the land masses that ring the Arctic. That ring of life depends on having a certain amount of ice in certain areas for a long enough period, but it is disappearing at an alarming rate.
Polar bears depend on sea ice, not just for hunting and traveling, but also for mating, and in some populations, for creating dens where mother polar bears nurture their young.
The only time you typically see polar bears hauled out on land is when they've been forced ashore as the sea ice has melted entirely. But there's nothing on land for them to eat that's as nutritious as the rich seals that they can catch when they're out on the sea ice. So they come ashore, they wait for the ice to return, and they're saving energy. They've slowed down and they're surviving on just the stored fat. that they hope will get them through until the sea ice and the food supply returns.
And that's the essential dilemma of a polar bear's existence. They may be the dominant animal on the ice, but if you put them anywhere else in the world, they wouldn't stand a chance. They're so perfectly adapted to life on the Arctic sea ice that for them, there's no other option. You take away the ice, and you take away the polar bear.
Remember though, when it comes to climate change and melting ice, it's not a hopeless situation. You can make a difference. Coming up, Chuck Carreau will share the results of our special energy savings experiment. One teenager trying to reduce his family's energy consumption.
They left every light in the house on because they were afraid of a scary movie, so I need to talk to them about that. Why is there a light on when nobody's in the room?
We'll have the full results in a few minutes. But first, another kind of challenge. There are still a lot of things that we don't know about polar bears. Filling those knowledge gaps requires risk, spirit, and a lot of innovation.
When it comes to studying polar bears, nothing is easy. The Arctic is one of the least accessible, harshest environments on Earth.
And the bears themselves, let's just say they're not the most cooperative subjects. Nobody knows that better than the researchers at Polar Bears International.
To get to know their subjects, they spend a lot of time on sea ice, watching, tracking, and observing polar bears in a way few people ever get to experience. So, let's hear them tell it.
The first rule to observing polar bears is to do no harm to the bears, and also to keep the observer out of harm's way. Sometimes we can do this with remote control cameras and cameras with long lenses, but if we really want to obtain meaningful data, that requires capturing, tagging, and radio collaring polar bears.
Our goal is to totally understand bear ecology and behavior, to find out where they go to mate, to have their cubs, what kind of food they catch, and it seems like on these questions we're learning something new almost every day.
But the most frequently asked question, and the one most difficult to answer, is
how many polar bears are there?
Scientists have been trying to answer that one for decades. Here's what we know.
Polar bears exist across 5 of the 8 nations that fall within the Arctic Circle and can be divided into 19 separate regional populations.
Add all those populations together, and the current estimate shows a total of about 20,000 polar bears.
You might think counting polar bears is a simple problem. The sea ice is wide open, not a lot of places for bears to hide.
A quick aerial survey should be able to settle the question pretty quickly.
I wish. When you see close-up footage like this, it's easy to forget how effective the polar bear's white camouflage can be.
But up in the air, it's a whole different story.
Polar bears are nothing more than small white dots on an impossibly large white background. A standard visual count just isn't going to do it. Forward-looking infrared or FLIR cameras can detect polar bears because they are warm bodies against the background of snow and ice.
See that different colored spot? This image taken from a plane shows the heat from a polar bear's body. Under the right circumstances, FLIR lets scientists catch what they've missed with the naked eye. It's been especially helpful in locating occupied dens under the snow. However, FLIR is not the best for searching for bears across the expanse of the pack ice. Imagine you have to search a large area to find a lost dime by only looking through a soda straw. Eventually, you might find it, but you're only getting a very tiny part of a really large picture at one time.
Simply counting bears is just too great a challenge, and even technologies like FLIR will miss polar bears out on the sea ice.
The most accurate counts of polar bears have come through a process that's costly, time-intensive, and potentially dangerous. But over the past decades, tagging bears has proved the best way to count bear populations from year to year.
By physically placing a number tag on the bear, we're assured that that bear is accounted for and that it won't be confused with another bear. If we place a radio collar on a bear, we can get a handle on its movements from year to year and understand how those movements may change as the sea ice changes in a warming environment.
Of course, there's no way to tag an active polar bear and live to tell the tale.
Instead, researchers use tranquilizing darts. Once the bear's sedated, they're able to apply the tag without any harm to the researchers or the bears.
A tagged bear can yield years of ongoing information about general bear numbers and movements. But now, thanks to innovations in satellite technology, that flow of information is breaking new ground.
For years, we've been putting radio transmitting collars on polar bears with excellent results. At first, we followed collared bears with airplanes. Their movements, however, were too great to effectively follow by airplane. Newer satellite radio collars allow us to follow them anywhere, and we can get daily transmissions. It's GPS for polar bears. At any time, we can pinpoint the whereabouts of a collared bear, and by collecting data over an extended period, we can start to paint exact pictures of bear movements and migration.
That's information that's absolutely critical as scientists try to gauge the impact of climate change.
And melting polar bear habitat.
Most scientists agree that the rising temperatures and the resulting loss of Arctic ice are linked to the buildup of excess carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. A way we can help is to control our energy consumption and reduce our use of fossil fuels. Easier said than done? To find out, we put an average family to the test.
By most measures, high school senior Spencer and his family are already pretty conservative energy consumers. They keep the AC on a reasonable setting, they don't leave a lot of lights on. By average standards, this family is already pretty tight with a kilowatt. And here we have Spencer, the man in person. Spencer, we gave you a huge challenge.
You did. It was to get my family to save even more energy than we normally do.
And so what came first?
What came first is I had to learn a lot of power saving tips from the local power company.
There are quite a few things you and your family can do, simple behavioral things that will reduce your energy use. One thing I noticed is you have some ceiling fans here in the family room, and they're going all the time, but there's no one here to enjoy the breeze. Ceiling fans cool people, not rooms. So when there's no one in the room, switch off the fan and you'll see savings.
Okay. Other tips included turning down our water heater, running the pool pump for shorter cycles, turning off computers and televisions, and taking shorter showers, just to name a few.
Now, Spencer, I understand you did something really cool. You kept a video diary of the challenge week?
Yeah, I recorded as much as I could, including me recording our power usage during a normal week. 84531. All right, that is the number today. In a normal week, we use 663 kilowatts, but now, in this challenge week, we had to do better. All right, so day 2, turned off a lot of lights. That's most of what I've been doing so far. I turned off the computer after I finished using it. This morning, I turned off the water between, soaping up and this, and then rinsing. Saving hot water was one of the toughest parts of the challenge all the way around. My mom's taking a little bit too much time in the shower. Mama!
What?
How long have you been in the shower now?
A Maroon 5 song, a Boston song. I'm hurrying.
All right, hurry faster!
Okay.
Thank you, Mama! See how simple it is? It's not that hard to, teach people. You're training. I'm teaching my family to be better conserving energy. Playing the role of energy cop meant I wasn't always the most popular person in the house. Haley?
Yes?
Who left the kitchen light on?
Not me.
Was it one of them?
I don't know.
But the family was more than willing to turn the tables.
Did somebody leave a TV on?
But I'm in my room. Thank you, Dad.
All right.
All week, we combined car trips and drove fewer miles.
Listen, you're walking home.
I'm walking home today.
Remember?
Because that'll save a lot of mileage. We used our washer and dryer on cooler, more energy-efficient settings. I also enlisted my dad's help with our pool pump.
Right now we've got it set. No, we've got it set 10 to 10. We've got it set 12 hours. So we're gonna cut it back. Still gotta maintain the pool, so it's gotta run at least 10 hours. So we're gonna back it off 2 hours. So there you go.
Unfortunately, we reset the pool pump a little late into our challenge week, but it was a start, and every little bit helps.
So Spencer, I am dying to find out, how did you guys do?
Well, we saved 123 kilowatts, and we drove 146 miles fewer than we did the week before.
Yeah, so was that what you were hoping for?
Well, by the end of the week, the number wasn't as good as we hoped, but it's a start.
Wait a minute, let's put things into perspective here. You saved 1/10 of an average energy bill in this region, and you did that in 1 week. Also, the more kilowatt hours saved means less carbon dioxide. Now, multiply that savings by all the households in America and multiply that savings over the entire year. That's a huge impact.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. And thank you and your family for doing that and leading the way.
My pleasure.
And now the challenge really begins. We're going to put the focus on you. Julie Scardina joins us with the top 5 things that you and your family can do to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and make a positive impact on our warming planet.
Okay, I'm about to count down 5 things that you can do today to help reduce your carbon footprint and actually save money. And after each tip, we'll also share an important fact about the melting polar bear habitat, just to remind us of what's at stake. Here we go, starting with tip number 5, air drying. By not using your dishwasher's heat dry cycle and by choosing to air dry your laundry instead of using the dryer, that's a significant reduction in your monthly energy use. While you're considering that first tip, also consider this. If you took Alaska, Washington State, and Texas and put them together into one super landmass, that would give you some idea of the amount of summer ice loss from the Arctic in recent years. And now, counting down to number 4, phantom power. Turning off unused lights is an obvious good practice. But most people don't think about devices such as computers, stereos, TVs, and cable boxes. They may appear to be off, but they're actually drawing phantom power all day long. Plug those devices into a power strip, and then turn the power strip off when they're not in use. Here's why actions like that are important.
Studies have shown in the Hudson Bay area that polar bears are forced ashore earlier as the climate has warmed. This gives bears less time to hunt. They're forced ashore before they've packed on enough calories to make it through the summer. Here and elsewhere in the Arctic, polar bears clearly are in distress.
And here's tip number 3, thermostats. Your thermostat is a powerful tool for energy control. A programmable thermostat can reduce energy use when you don't need it as much. Setting the thermostat lower or higher by just a few degrees can reduce emissions and save energy and money. And don't forget, your water heater also has a thermostat. Most water heaters are set way too high, wasting energy. Have an adult lower it just a little each day until it feels like it's just not hot enough. Then raise it a little.
A growing body of evidence has suggested we've got malnourished bears clear around the Arctic. In certain areas, we've seen underweight bears, bears with smaller body stature showing changed behaviors, even some bears digging through thick sea ice in order to try and catch seals that are long gone by the time they get there.
And now for tip number 2, energy efficient devices. Older appliances and devices just don't have the same energy efficiency as newer ones. When it's time to replace an appliance in your home, look for this sticker. And then look for the highest energy efficiency number you can find. Refrigerators, washers and dryers, and heaters and air conditioners are some of the appliances that use the most energy.
If polar bears are in trouble, that's a sign that the whole ecosystem may be weakening. The algae that live on the underside of the ice, the bacteria, the small shrimp-like creatures that feed on those, the fish, and the seals that ultimately feed the polar bears. If polar bears are in trouble, it can be an indication that this whole system is crumbling.
And finally, our top energy-saving tip, and maybe the easiest one to do. Replace your existing light bulbs with energy-efficient bulbs. These often use less than 1/5 of the energy of regular bulbs. Energy-efficient bulbs also now come in all shapes and sizes and can replace nearly all of the lights in your home. I promise you that just changing all of the light bulbs in your house will not only reduce emissions and energy use, but you'll see a big difference on your energy bill. Well, that's it for our top 5. And when it comes to how you can help save polar bears, it's all about reducing our carbon footprint and slowing climate change.
And we hope that's the message you take away from this edition of Saving a Species. The adjustments we make in our own lives can have a direct effect on this magnificent icon of the Arctic. There's no animal in the world quite like a polar bear. And with our combined awareness and efforts, we can preserve this animal for generations to come. We hope you'll visit shamotv.com and learn even more about this amazing animal and the effects of climate change. You can also become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street, saying thanks to our friends at Polar Bears International for their help, and thanks to you for watching and for your part in saving a species.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have picture opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
We have hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. and we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year.
I know
we are pushing it out there, though, that, you know, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it, you know, pat, like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm going to turn this one over to Kathy, too, in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multi-purpose building within 2 years and had to use as a gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multi-purpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us, that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
We
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. And my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
Little Mermaid,
people?
and it was-
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program with Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past? $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's going to change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there. in
Yep.
that group.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically
Yeah.
for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. You know, it's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should call it father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ come in, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do you
make
have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit,
Nope.
okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
Oh, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Shamil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Shamil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I just call her, Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and it,
We're back to that again, wow.
Gotta start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're going to throw a couple things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel, and then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that, but this has become more of a festival for families, and it's been going in a different direction for years, and I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out, and take that out of the back of their brain that it's
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what it didn't even think about it, and we were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think that should be, and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within 3 months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have old timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
Well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
But I also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. It would, I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we could kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not gonna participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's going to be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time. So,
No, I thought it was before OTF.
was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of
Howard
weeks
Moon.
before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Yeah, Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
I
Yeah, so,
definitely-
we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. If we don't know how to win there. that's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have, not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how
so
to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned,
Yeah.
and then the
We're
winds-
working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough, that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, we're doing other things that other kids, we want.
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they
What-
make, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to the program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah, oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No's going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's
I was
gonna have to
say, do we
step it on
have,
up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply. Again, contact Bruce. Again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
Your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency reminds you that now is a great time to take a look at your boating equipment and examine your own safety habits. Remember, safe boating is everyone's responsibility. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with Sauger Brood Collection. Next up, Archery 101, choosing a bow.
We can put any style sight on the bow, any style hair arrest, any stabilizer, whatever accessories they want.
And we'll finish off with a Drop the Tailgate at AEDC Wildlife Management Area.
So that's one of the questions that I answer all the time. You know, where can I park?
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
We are on Old Hickory Reservoir, just below Cordell Hole Dam, trying to get sauger brood for our hatchery.
We got two kinds of nets. There's experimental nets and just our sauger brood nets. These are a little longer, so we'll have to get a little more angle and have to get across.
Sure, we're out here today getting these brood fish because similar to striped bass with the dam systems, it's really prohibited their natural ability to reproduce. So in order to produce a fishery, our job is to come out here and collect brood fish for our hatchery so the hatcheries can spawn these fish artificially, and then they can be reintroduced back into these water bodies for anglers to enjoy.
This is just the anchor used to keep the net on the bottom. And then the float line will be on the top, and that way the net stays set like it should, vertical in the water column.
We can't electrofish for sauger. It's just not an effective gear, so we're out here today using gill nets. These fish often sit along the bottom of the river, and that's how fishermen fish for them too. They know they're down there. So yeah, we've got to use gill nets that stretch from roughly the bottom. They sit on the bottom and they come up maybe about 10 feet. And that's the best way that we can get them, and the safest way, and the way that's best for the fish.
We'll see several year classes when we do this. I mean, you could have a year old, and then some of the females we're getting could be 3 or 4 years old, and that's some of our best producing fish. And that's the thing too, you know, people don't realize how long it takes the fish to get to the size that they're catching.
Some of the steps that we take to ensure that the fish are healthy is whenever we pull them up with the gill net, we take it easy on the fish. We usually, instead of trying to force that fish through the net, we'll cut the netting around the fish to ease it out, and then it goes straight into a holding tank so that fish is in the water, back in the water immediately, and it reduces the time that it's out of water. We're able to tell male and female on these fish by just squeezing their belly a little bit, and the males will have milk come out of the vent, and then the females will not have anything come out, and we just assume that those are eggs in there. When the females get really ripe, or the eggs get close to being expelled, you are able to push the eggs out, but that's not our goal. So we're very gentle on the fish while we press on the belly.
Optimally, you want 2 males to 1 female, but as tough as it is to get brood like we're doing, if we can get one male to one female, we're doing pretty good. I haven't added the numbers yet, but we may actually be about at 1-to-1 this year, which is very uncommon. That's why we came early, to catch the males before they start moving on out in March.
I think we got 83 fish today, which is an awesome day. It's a really good day for us. And with those 83 fish, we'll produce hundreds of thousands of offspring that can be stocked back into Old Hickory.
Hey, this is Michael Parsley with the TWRA. We're here today at the Archery Den, and I'm talking with Matt Eddy, who's going to help us and tell us how to pick out the right bow for someone that wants to go out and archery hunt this fall. Matt, what should people be looking for when they go out and pick a bow?
Well, first thing that I want somebody to look for is, what is your comfort zone? If you don't have time to practice, if you don't have time to shoot throughout the year, first thing I want to look at is maybe a crossbow is best for you. Once you get a crossbow sighted in, it's kind of like a rifle. It's got a scope. They're simple to use. They're pretty low maintenance. Maybe the crossbow is the way to go. Additionally, if a compound is the way you want to go more the way of traditional archery, first we have to get your draw length set. If your draw length is wrong, then you're going to be shooting all over the place. The second thing, biggest thing I see in bows other than the wrong draw length is a guy gets too much bow. He wants to shoot a 70-pound bow, and he may not be comfortable pulling a 70-pound bow yet. He may be able to do it, but he can only do it once and he's worn out. That also creates bad technique. So getting the right draw length, getting your draw length measured, which is what we do every time I sell a bow, that's where we start. What's your draw length and what poundage were you shooting on your last bow? Or if you haven't shot, let's start with lower poundage. The next thing is, how tall are you? You may have a long draw length. If you have a longer draw length, then we may not want a super short bow. Short bows are great for the tree stand, but if that bow is too short, the string angle is too steep for a guy that's, say, 6'1" or 6'2". Even though the draw length may fit, we may go to a longer axle-to-axle bow that's going to fit him more comfortable and be a little more stable with the right string angle so he can hit his anchor points correctly.
Okay. So when a person comes in and wants to look at a bow with you, the first three things you're going to look at is axle-to-axle length, poundage, and above all, length of draw.
Draw length,
right?
Correct.
So, and when they come in here to the archery den, you'll work that out for them.
Absolutely. We built a board years ago that makes it really simple. They just put their arms up to the board and it tells us exactly what their draw length is.
Okay. And then from there, they just pick out what style of bow they want and things like that. That really have nothing to do with how well they're going to shoot.
Absolutely. Sometimes the best bow is the one they're most comfortable with. So I will often take customers, they say, look, I don't know what I want. All right, this is my favorites, but here's some demos. Let's go to the back, you shoot them. Sometimes it's a bow that maybe I don't prefer, and they draw it back, and the bow just, it talks to them. That's the one that they want.
And so you pick out the bow that's comfortable for them, and then you can set it up however they want it, sights and peeps and things like that, right?
Absolutely. Everything on these bows is interchangeable. We can put any style sight on the bow, any style arrow rest, any stabilizer, whatever accessories they want. And the good thing is, when you go jump into a new bow, all this stuff is interchangeable. If you get good accessories on, say, a more affordable bow today, if you want to upgrade that bow next year, they can take all those accessories to that new bow with them.
You talked about finding a bow that was comfortable for someone. Well, let's talk about one of the most important factors, price. Price, for a lot of people, that makes a bow comfortable. So talk about price on a bow.
Absolutely. There's a price for everybody in archery. We've got packages. We kind of sell a pro package, pro hunter package in the store that is a bow, sight, rest, quiver, 6 arrows, and a release. And you can get those packages anywhere from $450 all the way up to, you get into the $1,000 range. You're picking out your own accessories. The sky's the limit on the price. There are budget bows that, like I said, starting around $450 that have everything included, so it's not overwhelming for somebody who says, what all do I need? This is everything you need except for a target, and it keeps a guy from really getting overwhelmed. We can hand him one piece of equipment for $450, $550, $600, and get him started shooting and out the door.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Come on into the archery den. They'll help you pick out a comfortable bow, not only price, but one that actually fits you and that you can actually go out and use this fall.
Thank everybody for joining us again on another Drop the Tailgate. This is a continuation of a look at some of the WMAs here in Region 2, and today I've got Wes Winton. Wes is the manager at AEDC. And Wes, I looked in the hunting guide. I've heard AEDC all my life. What does AEDC stand for?
So AEDC is Arnold Engineering and Development Complex.
Okay.
The AEDC is part of the Arnold Air Force Base.
And I drove in here, it's a lot of land. How big is this place and how do you get?
Right, we've got 32,000 acres of public hunting area just outside of Manchester, Tullahoma, Winchester area, split between Coffee County and Franklin County.
And it's right off of I-24.
Right off the interstate. I mean, part of the northern boundary is the interstate. This is a unique place that we manage a military installation, which results in a little extra complication for the regulations. Some of the restrictions on no rifles, no centerfire rifles, no rimfire rifles. That's a military regulation that we put in.
That's the whole season, right?
That's the whole season. Somebody wants to come out here and small game hunt, we've got a lot of small game hunting opportunity, but you've got to do it with a shotgun.
And what about personal carry if they've got a permit?
So personal carry, that is a regulation that the Air Force enforces on their property, all DOD installations. There are no handguns allowed on DOD regulations.
That's a good thing I wouldn't have known, and it's a good thing to know if you're going to come out here. You can't carry your personal firearm out on the area. There is one other thing that I wanted to ask you about: sign in. I've never gone to a WMA where I had to sign in.
How does that work?
So the sign-in process is one of those things that the Air Force wants us to account for and be able to tell them at the end of the year, hey, we had 3,000 people visit AEDC this year to come hunting. And the sign-in process is how we do that. It's an easy process. It's self-service. You don't have to go to the main gate and see anybody. We've got 3 different locations, one at each main entrance. You stop in there, you'll pick up a card. It's a simple process. You'll stop in, you'll pick up one of these cards. You'll fill out the top part, drop it in the box. The second part, the bottom part, you'll fill in your name and hunter ID number.
And you keep that with you?
Well, and actually it makes it easier if you just leave it in the windshield of your vehicle.
Okay.
That way, if I stop, if one of the security guys stop and see your vehicle, we need to check you out, make sure everything's okay. They see this card, then we're good to go. Okay. Once you get done hunting, either for the day or during the quota hunts, or if you're going to come out and hunt all weekend, just write the different days that you hunted on it, finish filling it out, and drop it back off. And that's signing in and signing out. So that's a simple, easy way for us to be able to account for how many hunters, what kind of hunters we have, and be able to report that back to the Air Force at the end of the year. One of our main check-in stations is, or sign-in stations, is right off the interstate, off of Dixie Road. As soon as you get off the interstate, first paved road on the right, you can see it. Just pull in there and sign in, and you'll be good to go. But we get a lot of questions about that. So all of AEDC is broken up into 6 different management units. And that's done so that we can close certain units based on military training without having to close the entire area.
So they are actively training on this
So
property.
they do
Kinda like
active,
Fort Campbell.
right. Not quite to that scale, but we're able to be here and hunt here as long as we're not affecting the military mission negatively. So Unit 1 and Unit 2 are the 2 main areas that are utilized for training. So when you come by the sign-in station, we'll have calendars on the board telling you when Unit 1 or Unit 2 is going to be open or closed. Units 3, 4, 5, and 6, wide open. They rarely, if ever, do training in there.
So the only ones that you got to be concerned about are Units 1 and 2.
Right.
There's still plenty of land. If you come out here planning on going to Unit 1 and it's closed, there's other places you can go.
Right.
So
there's Unit 1 is closed to all small game, and it's only for deer hunting mostly during the quota hunts, because that's where a vast majority of the training happens. But then Unit 2 is open and available for small game or archery or whatever.
Okay, so if you do come out here and you plan to hunt a Unit 1 or Unit 2, you might want to have an area that you know in 3, 4, or 5 that's kind of like a backup.
Right.
But just know that those situations could occur. What are your seasons out here? I know, we look in the guide and we see same as statewide, and then, so you told me you can't use rifles out here. What are the seasons?
So all of our small game season is same as statewide, except you can't be out small game hunting during a deer shotgun muzzleloader hunt, during the deer gun hunt. During deer season, we are archery, same as statewide, so you can bow hunt when archery season opens all the way through January the 3rd. So it's wide open for bow hunting only. During gun season or everywhere else, you can come in here and just bow hunt and be able to bow hunt by yourself for the most part. But we have young sportsman's hunts that are same as statewide. So we've got a young sportsman's hunt the end of October, and then another one at the end of season, second weekend in January. But our 2 big hunts are going to be our 2 shotgun muzzleloader quota hunts that you have to get drawn for. We'll draw out 900 for each one of those hunts, which sounds like a lot, but it's a large area, and everybody can kind of spread out and work it out that way. But those will be our 2 big popular weekends where everybody falls in here with a shotgun or muzzleloader, and we kill a lot of deer on those hunts. We'll kill 250 deer on a 3-day hunt.
Really?
So those are super fun hunts. Lots of successful hunters come out.
You got plenty of space for these hunters to get out on, but how do they get out on it? I know I drove a couple of main roads, but are there access areas that you can get back into the property?
So that's one of the questions that I answer all the time. Where can I park, and how can I get to certain places? So out here, if it's a gravel road that's not closed off by a gate, you can drive out there. Now, there are places that's closed off by gate or cable or whatever. Don't drive there. But if it's a gravel road, you can drive down, and when you decide I'm going to go hunt here, pull off the road, get out of the way a little bit, park and go hunt. So, and that's the same way on the main roads as well. There's plenty of places to pull off and park. Just watch out, don't get stuck in a wet spot.
I know some WMAs have antler restrictions. Is there anything like that out here? And some WMAs have bonus deer.
Right.
What do you have out here, and is it for the whole season, or is it just for quota hunts?
There are no antler restrictions for AEDC. So it's same as statewide. If it's an illegal deer, you can harvest that.
That's my kind of hunting right there.
So during the archery hunts, if you kill a buck, if you kill an antlered deer, that counts towards your statewide limit. But during the quota hunts, if you kill an antlered deer, that is a bonus deer. So on the quota hunts, we allow hunters to kill 2 deer, 1 doe, 1 buck, or 2 does.
Okay.
So
Only one can be antlered.
Only one can be antlered.
Okay. Unique part of this WMA is we don't own it. We're allowed to use it.
Yep.
What type of management do you do out here?
So that is one of the unique features here, that we don't own the property. The Air Force owns the property, and so we have to coordinate our management activities with them and through them to make sure that we're meeting the requirements that they set forth. So they have final say on some of the stuff that we do and some of the stuff that we don't do. We've got a wide variety of habitat here. We've got oak flats, we've got pine stands, and we've got open fields. We've got early successional fields where we, quail and rabbit habitat. We do, we've got some sharecrop farming on the place, so there are, agricultural fields for openings and food plots and that kind of thing.
Terrain seems to be pretty nice and easy terrain.
It is, and that's, we get a lot of squirrel hunters come here because it's easy hunting. You get up on the north end, and for the most part, it's flat. You can walk and walk and walk. A little bit hilly, and I say hilly as a Middle Tennessee relative term. A little bit hilly around the lake in some areas, but for the most part, people love to come out here and hunt, especially small game and squirrel and raccoon hunt, just because it's easy walking.
Are there other opportunities for people to come out to AEDC, and what are they?
So here on AEDC, we've got Woods Reservoir. So Woods Reservoir is controlled and operated and water level fluctuated by the Air Force. They use that water for cooling industrial area. There's fishing opportunities, there's boating opportunities. On Woods Reservoir we have duck blinds. So there's waterfowl hunting opportunities there as well.
And those are drawn back in August, right?
Those are drawn back in August and allotted out, and we're getting close to waterfowl season, so blinds ought to be ready, and hunters excited about that.
Those blinds out on Woods Reservoir, when we talked about the blinds, is that all boat access only, or are there weighted blinds?
So some of the blinds on Woods Reservoir are pretty much boat in only. There are a handful that are walk-in blinds. For the most part, every blind on Woods Reservoir you can get to by boat. But Woods Reservoir is not the only waterfowl hunting opportunity we have here on AEDC. On the north end in Unit 6, around Sinking Pond, and some of the areas up there will seasonally flood, flooded timber. So there's flooded timber hunting opportunities as well.
And those would be walk-in, first come, first
Those
serve.
are walk-in, first come, first serve. You show up and kind of scout your spot out and set up, throw some decoys out and see what happens.
And for any of you wanting to go to Woods Reservoir and getting a blind, if you hadn't been drawn, you'll have to wait at least till daylight and find an unoccupied blind. That's statewide. So, but that walk-in area would be a great opportunity for somebody wanting to get into waterfowl hunting and just feel it out a little bit and see how it goes. So is there anything else that I'm missing? You've got no antler restrictions. You've got restrictions on what you can carry on this property. You can't carry any centerfire rifles, no rimfire rifles. You can't carry a personal handgun with a permit or not. You can't carry one.
Yep. And we've got a lot of property here, and unfortunately there's no ATVs allowed on the property. I get that question regularly. If a hunter comes out and harvests a deer, he's got to work, drag it out or cart it out or whatever, but there's no ATVs allowed on the Department of Defense property.
Understandable. There's one other thing I was going to ask you. It is military base. In the guide it says you may run into something out there, and what would that look like? What would they need to do?
So back in the World War II days, They did a lot of military training out here, a lot of tank training. They had hand grenade ranges, they had old bazooka ranges where they shot. So it is possible for hunters to run into or find unexploded ordnances. The Air Force and all Department of Defense lands have made extraordinary efforts to clean that up, but there's still a possibility to find that. So if you find something that looks like it might explode, you know, whether that be an old hand grenade, an old tank mine, or a finned rocket-propelled grenade thing, don't touch that, stay away from it. Give us a call. At all of our sign-in locations, there's information on who to call if you were to find something like that.
32,000 acres, AEDC and Woods Reservoir out here, and if you've never been to it, this year might be a good time to check it out. You can archery hunt all year long. Of course, if you didn't get signed up in June and July for the quota hunts, then you're out of luck for those, but it'd be a great time to come out and archery hunt, maybe scout around and see if you want to put in for a quota hunt next year. And then, of course, the duck hunting wait-in area, another good opportunity for everybody. Wes, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Talking to me and letting me know about this place.
This is an excellent little gym here in Middle Tennessee. I mean, AEDC's been operating as a wildlife management area since the mid-1950s. So we've got a long history of being here, a long history of deer harvest, a long history of small game hunting. So lots of tradition and lots of opportunity for new folks that want to get into that tradition.
Good deal. And you can find all the information about AEDC in the hunting guide. You can find the location. If you want to look at a map, go to tnwildlife.org and click on WMA maps and zoom right down to AEDC, and you'll find directions to get to a check station or whatever you're looking for. But thanks again for watching, and Wes,
Thank you for coming out. Look forward to seeing everybody.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me, buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is December 1st, 2022, and it is 6:30 p.m. Tuesday night, we will have the prayer by Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderman Waldron. Then we will have the oath of office ceremonies for myself, Alderwoman Carol Haas, and Alderwoman Kara Hobbs. You should all have a copy of the meeting minutes from the November 1st, 2022 regular meeting. We will have certificates of appreciation at the meeting. And then from there, we will have the departmental reports. And then we will move on to the old business, second reading, ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee budget. And this was discussed last month. This is where the fire department would like to utilize the fire department impact fees for the increased service level of 9 new firefighters. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to second reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is second reading. It was discussed last month. This is tied to Fire Station 41. It's a budget amendment to allocate funding for the construction. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to the consent agenda. And Section A, bid amendment, asphalt paving, Hawkins. Seems we have some visitors.
I have to make a report because that my elves were doing their jobs.
I was baking cookies. I'm in my nightgown, reading a book, and Santa jumps in the van and says, "Come on!" And I had to jump in with him. What kind of report are you going to make tonight?
I'm telling them how well my elves are doing to make the toys for the little kids.
And what was that piece of paper I saw in your bag?
Oh,
no, don't get it out. I'm afraid I know what it is.
And I had to make a report saying who's naughty and who's nice.
This is a public forum. We cannot tell people who's naughty and who's nice.
Oh, come on.
Well, not tonight. But you know what? We can tell about some great things going on in LaVergne. Would you all like to hear about some wonderful things?
Absolutely.
Yes. How about our people at home and in our audience? Absolutely. Now, Santa, if you will just stand right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Aww.
Thank you, dear. He really is a dear most of the time. Well, first of all, I do have cookies here that I was working on, and, oh wait, the tray is empty. What happened to who is here? Oh my goodness, Mousy.
Oh.
What are you doing here? You heard reports and you wanted to come? Well, I tell you what, we have important business that we need to do here. So I'm going to need you to sit in the audience. Would you do that? You want to sit with a friend? Well, sure. Sure. Look out there and see which friend you would like to sit with. Oh, she wants to sit with Andrew in HR.
Everybody wants to sit in HR. Come here,
Aw.
Okay, you can come sit with me.
Should give him a kiss, Andrew.
Thank you so much. All right, we have Melcy settled. We have Santa calmed down. We were hoping to be here a little bit earlier, but there was some traffic on the roads. I'll be glad when we get back in our sleigh. So, I'm going to give the report. Do you want to stand or you want to sit?
I'll sit.
All right, you sit. Thank you. He is a jolly old elf. So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, and Alderwomen-elect, thank you for letting us interrupt, due to Santa, this meeting. But we wanted to share some really great things that are going on in LaVergne this weekend. So what I'd like to tell you is those parks and rec and maintenance guys, those elves have been so busy. They have working and planning just to make sure that their community can make merry this season, because we all do like to make merry, right? So let's talk about what's happening this coming weekend. First, we have the Parade of Lights and Winterfest. This Saturday, December the 3rd, the parade will begin at 5 p.m. at City Hall. That's where we are, Santa.
Okay.
City Hall. Okay. And end at Veterans Memorial Park with the annual tree lighting. Watch for us at the end of the parade, because Santa and I will be in the fire truck. Yes. And Santa, I hope I get to pick the fireman of the fire truck we're going to be in. Now, on to the Winter Festival. The Winter Festival is a really fun event, and it's going to be at Veterans Memorial Park at 8 p.m. No, not at 8. It's going to begin at 3 p.m. and end at 8 p.m. The festival will include arts and crafts vendor booths, the amazing snow rink, carriage rides, and fireworks. And I will like to have a carriage ride with you, Santa. Be sure to stop by Santa's tent and take a picture with Santa and me. Now, the Senior Center will be the Senior Center, their staff and volunteers will be giving away cookies and hot chocolate at the end of the parade. Be sure to visit all the great vendors and get in the holiday spirit while listening to our LaVergne High School choir. They're going to be singing beautiful Christmas carols. Do you need a little more spirit in your life? Make sure to watch the local dance club. The lovely, lavish ladies will be performing an outstanding dance routine. Then on to the skate rink. The popular free skate rink opened today. Entry is first come, first served. And did you hear that word? Free. It's free. Participants are allowed 1 hour of skate time that rotates out every hour. Skates are available for free. Rink hours are Thursday and Friday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., Saturdays, noon to 8 p.m., and Sundays, 1 to 5 p.m. On Sunday, December the 4th, from 1 to 2, it's being reserved for the families with special needs to give them an opportunity. Santa, that ride in the van with you going so fast has made my lips drop. All right, here we go. That's a lot of information, right? So be sure to check the Park and Rec and City Hall Facebook and the website for all the information that I just shared. And we hope to see you all on the parade route and at Winterfest. Now, Santa, did you have a little something else in that bag?
Oh, yes, indeed.
What do you have?
I have a few presents in here.
Well, let's take those out. And who are they for?
Oh, from the
Board of Mayor and Alderman.
Board of Mayor and Alderman, Vice Mayor,
Okay. And the mayor.
and the mayor.
All right, so if you want to hand those out, I'll reach in and get the rest of them out for you. You go right ahead.
Here you go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Santa.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Santa Claus.
Power of Santa.
Alderman
It's a
Walden?
big jug of Kool-Aid.
Here you go.
Alderman-elect Carroll?
Carol?
Just my shirt. Thank you.
And Alderwoman-elect Miss Kara?
Miss Kara. Here you go.
Hey, do you all have any questions about the information we just shared?
No, ma'am, but thank you, Santa and Mrs. Claus, for coming and paying us a visit.
You're so welcome. And on Saturday, I will not be in my pajamas. I will be fully dressed if Santa doesn't run out of there real fast. Have
Mrs.
a wonderful night.
Depends on my crew.
Ah.
Don't forget your little friend back there, Andrew Hakey.
I wouldn't forget Mousy, yes. I don't know, Mousy may want to go hang out with Andrew for a little while.
They look like they're bonding.
They really are. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did too. I knew Brandon was out there.
So moving on to our consent agenda, approve or reject city bids and purchases. The first item we've got is a bid amendment for the asphalt paving with Hawkins Asphalt Paving LLC. And just to recap, back in August of 2021, we awarded them the asphalt paving. And so they're requesting for an amendment to this. It would basically, the cost would go up from $79 per ton to $93 per ton. And the cost, that's for BM mix, and then CW mix would go from $81 a ton to $95 a ton. Michael Dietz, do you want to come up here and just talk about any of this at all?
Thank you, Mayor, Alderman. So you pretty much summed it up. They've asked for what we feel is a reasonable increase to the bid amount. As we all know, prices have increased greatly over the last year and a half. This would get them more in line to where they can make a little bit of money and not overcharge us at the same time. So staff would recommend approval for this increase.
Okay, and do we have a total of what that would look like as a whole?
Just for comparison, we run some numbers today. So the roads that we've paved thus far this year, which was David's Way and LaVergne Lane, it came in at about $316,000. With this increase, it would have put us at about $360, somewhere around there. So you're talking about a $50,000 to $60,000 increase.
Okay.
For a project of that size.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to B, approve renewal of the cooperation with civil law enforcement officials agreement with the Department of Navy, Naval Surface Warfare Center for equipment to be used by the police department. This is for night vision goggles for the LaVergne Police Department SWAT team. And the cost for the night vision goggles is $6,000. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to C, authorize Chief Davis to sign an addendum to the Law Enforcement Support Office Program State Plan of Operation. And this is just an addendum to the existing LESO program State Plan of Operation between the state and the city of LaVergne. There is no financial impact at all. Does anyone have any questions? Chief, is there anything you want to add with this?
No, that's exactly what it says. It's something we're required to do based upon documents signed by the president.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to D, approve agreement for engineering services from CTI for the Sub-Basin Master Plan Agreement for the East Hurricane Creek Drainage Basin. And this has been one we're working on. It's basically, we've got growth in that sub-basin. So it's been determined by city staff that some of the sanitary sewer system has reached capacity or is close to that. So this is planning for that as far as what needs to be done to build that out for future development. Does anyone have any questions? Total cost for this will not exceed $20,000. Moving on to E, approved contract with Nashville Party Authority for DJ services at the Father-Daughter Dance to be held on February 4th, 2023 at the Multipurpose Building this year. And the cost of this is $600. We've used them multiple times for different events. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to F, approve a grant contract with the State of Tennessee Library and Archives for the purchase of computers for the library. And so the library was awarded a $15,000 grant for the purchase of approximately 35 desktop computers and monitors. This is a 50-50 grant, meaning we will have to match that $15,000. If you've been over to the library and you've used their computers, they are slow, and they are in sore need of an upgrade. Would you agree with that, Glenn?
That would be true.
So, and I think we're talking about some Dell computers, Glenn? Yeah.
Be the slim form factor like we have in the offices.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to G, approve amendment with CTEI engineers for general consultation services regarding new hourly rates. So the total amount for this is unknown, but it will update the hourly rates for CTI for their engineering services. The city budgets for these professional services in the water and sewer budget. Staff's already aware that service requested need to stay under the budget amount for the fiscal year, but this is just them updating their hourly rates. Anyone have any questions? H, approve amended street lighting agreement with Path Company and Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Cooperative for the installation of LED street lights. And so this ties in with the approval that we did back in October with Path. And this, thought we had another one on here with Nashville Electric, but this must just be with Middle Tennessee Electric. It must have gotten pulled, but it's just amending it and changing some language. There's no price change for this. It's just some, after we'd already approved it, they came back with some language changes. Is there any questions?
What's the 31,000 for?
That's still the same price that we approved in October with the change out for, with Middle Tennessee Electric, it would be essentially the industrial park and then everything to the south of 24.
The 31,000 is for the undepreciated amount of money that they have invested in the existing infrastructure for lights and poles and whatever. So we have to pay that off because we're replacing it. So that's part of that cost.
I got you.
Is there any other questions? Okay, moving on to I. Approve third amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with Trinidad Benham Corporation for the purchase of the Public Works facility located at 148 International Boulevard. And should all have this in here. This is the third one. It's tied to them doing their due diligence for that property. And there was some right-of-way concerns, and so this is just addressing that. Is there any questions? And you should have that permanent utility easement attached in your packet if you want to look at that. Moving on to J, approve vendor agreement for participation in the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program with Mid-Cumberland Community Action Agency. This is a new program that we found out about from a property owner who lives in Florida, but they have property here in LaVergne, and it's just like it says, it's to assist low-income households and seniors with their water bills. Most of the existing plans or different groups, charities that assist people with their water bills will pay a maximum of about $500. This one pays significantly more than that. We believe, and I'm not sure if it's been fully confirmed yet, that this is tied with some ARPA funds, not ours, but theirs. And there's a lot of provisions in here. So with it being tied with ARPA funds, it does open up for federal auditing, which of course we're open records anyways as a public entity. It also will have some administrative items as well, because if they overpay an account, it is the city's responsibility to pay that money back to the group. So there is some of that. Evan, and this is kind of my question for you and Phyllis, is our current policies, do they allow for us in that instance where a charitable, or not charitable group, but a group that we contract with overpays us for someone's water bill, for us to be able to cut a check back to them? I know currently they don't really do that with a third-party group, so.
I have to defer to Phyllis on that, yep.
Right now, we don't have that situation. Haven't seen that happen since I've been here, where anyone's overpaid. We do have customers that sometimes accidentally overpay their account, and we reimburse them. So I don't see that it would be a problem to process a reimbursement.
Okay. Okay, that's one thing I wanted to make sure of.
So by us, if we pass this, how long does it take it to start? I don't even know what I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out.
I think there's a qualification process where the citizen has to provide certain documentation to be approved.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be on Mid-Cumberland and the citizen's responsibility at that point. I think they communicate with us via some type of certificate or a written agreement or an email and say, hey, we're helping these people. This is what we're looking at doing. But we can work off of that until the funds actually come in.
So the citizens themselves would have to fill out paperwork and
with Mid-Cumberland
request. And
that's my understanding.
And it takes about 3 months for this project to get started, get everything up and running, is my understanding. So, and then you've got whatever the processing time is once the customer applies for the help. So it's going to take a few months to get it up and running.
Hey, it's a start. I like it.
And this is a program that the town of Smyrna and CUD both already participate in. So this would add to us, and I believe this would be the only kind that we're specifically contracted with. Is that right, Phyllis?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Okay, moving on to K, approve meeting calendar for 2023. You can all see that in your packets. Review it. If you see any conflicts, any concerns, please let Bruce know, and we can see about getting those worked out before the meeting. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to new business, Resolution 2022-26, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. This is for stop sticks, and they're tire deflation devices that the police department use when people are fleeing the police, and they are disposing of those. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 9, which also ties in slightly with 8, and this is Resolution 2022-27, a resolution to donate our surplus stop sticks to Weakley County Sheriff's Office, and the Weakley County Sheriff's Office had put out a request looking for a donation of these, and so it would authorize the donation of 38 used stop sticks to this group. And once the stick is used, it's taken out of service. And does anyone have any questions? Chief, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. Surplus is The way that our program is set up, the stop stick program, once a stick has been used, it's a single-use stick, and once it's been ran over by a car, to us it's trash. But to Weakley County, it's a treasure for them. So there's another man's trash, another man's treasure. So for us, and once we've used them, Stop Stick Company sends us a free stop stick. So we're not out of anything on this. So it's not like this is just stuff that we just have sitting. These are used. They may work for them, they may not work. But for us, we're not out of anything because we're getting, once we do our report with them, they send us replacements for that for free of charge. So
we have no liability.
No liability whatsoever. Evan has looked at it already, Bruce. It's been blessed, and they know that they may work, they may not work, but for us, if we wasn't donating to this agency, it would be in the dumpster. So.
I'm just curious, Chief, how long did it take us to accumulate 38 of those?
Well, being that there's 9 foot, which is 9 feet, which is 3 sticks, one car can hit all 3 sticks, so that's 3 gone already. So this LaVergne, people like to get away from us, so.
Or at least try to.
Yeah, and with our LPR system now, we get that quite a bit. So, maybe 6 months, maybe? Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And right now, each car has a set of stop sticks. So there's 3 sticks per car. CID have some, and we have some spares. So it can accumulate pretty fast. And then you could think one car chase could make 15 sticks out there. So yeah, depending on the route of the car, you try to set up ahead of the route, which also means we have to buy tires for other cars that that run over them as well, but that's just the nature of the beast.
There must be a story here somewhere.
Stay quiet with the mouse. But yes, I just want to put that out there that we're not out of anything. It's just helping another agency. We've already paid the money and gotten the replacements for them. Like I say, they would just be trash if we wasn't donating.
Where's Weakley County?
It's out West Tennessee.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Resolution 2022-28, a resolution to authorize city officials and employees to take such action as deemed appropriate to enforce the bid bond submitted by Fellowship Construction Incorporated and issued by Ohio Farmers Westfield Insurance Company. Evan, I'm going to let you take this one if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Be glad to. So some of you may remember Fellowship Construction was the low bidder on the fire station number 41 project. As a consequence of being the low bidder, they were then obligated within 10 days to enter into a contract with the city and to submit surety bonds for the performance of the contract. They failed to do that. They did more than fail to do it. They affirmatively told us that they could not or would not conform and comply with that. So that time period lapsed, and the city council at the time awarded the contract to the next bidder, which was, I think, maybe $1 million more, maybe more. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Was it $1 million?
It's a little more.
A little over $1 million more than what the bid was on the by Fellowship. So we filed a claim against the bid bond, similar to the way you file a claim with your insurance company. That's the whole point of having the bid bond. The last communication we have received from the surety company, which is the insurance company, Ohio Farmers, indicated that the Fellowship Construction, so the bidder who was supposed to enter into the agreement, they've hired a law firm and they're going to dispute having to pay the bid bond. It's almost $500,000. There's a lot at stake, and so that's not a big surprise. But what it does reveal to us is that we're probably in for a fight if we have any shot at trying to collect this. With that being said, we also may be up against a deadline. We're not totally sure what the deadline is, and so we all want to be flexible enough to err on the side of caution, and if we have to file suit in an effort to try to enforce this, we want the ability to do that without having to delay. So that's the whole point of the resolution.
Does anyone have any questions?
Has this ever happened to us before?
It's never, as long as I've been the city attorney, we've never had to enforce a bid bond before. And like the whole point is so that people don't come in and just submit a bid, what could be a low bid, in the hopes that maybe they get some business without a consequence to it. So the bid bond means you're a serious bidder, because if you get the contract and you don't enter into it, you're going to forfeit that bid, and you're going to owe your surety company the difference for that. So to answer your question, and maybe somebody else has a longer memory than me, but I don't ever remember having to do this. And just in a general search of the law as we kind of prepare for where we think this is headed, I have found one or maybe two cases in the whole state over the last 50 years where anybody's made an effort to try to enforce it, at least that's gone to the Court of Appeal. So it's rare. That's a long way of saying it's very rare. I don't think it's ever happened here.
So isn't this the same company that said, even though there was $1 million higher, they were going to charge us another $1 million after the fact, after a while, because they left off $1 million or something?
I think that's right, Mr. Vice Mayor. I don't know if I can totally endorse that as a fact, but I do remember that they said that they were willing to do it if they could charge more. That wasn't going to work because we'd already unsealed the bids, and then to allow them to come back and then tack on money would not be appropriate for lots of reasons. Then I think the last thing we got from them, I think when they realized that they may have been on the hook for the bond, they came back and said, okay, I think we can do it. And by that point, it was too late. So
money-wise, it's pretty much a wash, hopefully with a better company.
Well, I don't know if it's a wash, but it's certainly, I don't know. Kyle, if you-
It's not a wash going with the next bidder. It's going to cost the city more money to have the project done. However, clearly with a low bidder, we couldn't get anything worked out. They wouldn't enter into the contract. They would not do the work. So that's part of the reason why you'd call on this also is, you know, we spent a lot of effort trying to bid this out, get the project going with the low bidder, and with them not being willing to enter into a contract, it's a whole lot of work that the architectural firm and different ones that have put into this and never did get it worked out. So hopefully we can collect on this. Like Evan's stating, is we just want to make sure that there is flexibility that if he does need to file suit or anything, then he has the ability to do that in a timely manner, because we don't want to miss some deadline if they come up with something that says, well, you need within the next 10 days to file this or that. We need him to be able to have the ability and flexibility to do it.
Would it be that quick, or we don't know?
Could be.
It could be as quick as December the 15th. We're not sure, but that's why we're here, because we would not have time to meet again as a city council, and we would not want to be pressed against that.
Any other questions?
How does this affect the ordinance in the old business, item number 6, the 2022-25?
So this doesn't affect that because go back over here in the packet to 6. So 6 is, it's basically two separate items. This is where we're authorizing city officials to be able to file suit for that bid bond, which is roughly about $500,000. And then this is the second reading for the actual funding of the construction of the bid. So we went, after Fellowship declined to enter into a contract within that certain amount of time, we came back in October and awarded the bid to the next highest bidder, which is Romac.
That's what this item is right here?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Not a problem. Any other questions? Thank you. Now we're going to move on to appoint or remove board and committee members, and we have a lot here, guys, with this. So first we have the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We will need to appoint a council member to that, and then they will be chairman of this committee, and then at the same time we also have a vacancy as Marshall Smith has resigned, and we have started advertising this on social media and on Channel 3, but do not have any applicants at this time.
Have they had a meeting yet?
No, they did not have a quorum for their first scheduled meeting, to my understanding.
All right.
Next, we have the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and this will be to appoint a council member to that board. Then we have the Greenway Advisory Committee, and so this will be to appoint a council member to that board. At the same time, we also have Melissa Joyner's term, who will be expiring December 31st, and so staff will reach out to her to see if she wishes to remain on this. We will also start advertising this on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the LaVergne Housing Authority. And the term for Chuck Isbell expired at the end of November. He would like to stay on this board. We currently have no other applications for this, and I do make the appointments for this board. Next, we have the Library Board. We have the City Council position open for this one, and then at the same time, we have 3 terms that will be expiring at the end of December. Bridget Cole and Gary Frazier's terms expire, and they are not eligible for reappointment due to term limits imposed by the state legislature for this type of board. Linda Steed's term also expires, and we're going to reach out to see if she wishes to stay on the board or not. This portion of it will not be on the agenda as far as the 3 vacancies. It will not be on the agenda for Tuesday's meeting, just the City Council position. Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee, and we will need to appoint a council member to this committee, and at the same time, we have quite a few terms that are expiring. We've got Justin Blair's, Daniel Campbell's, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, Alex Thompson, who all expire the 31st. We'll be reaching out to everybody to see if they wish to remain on here. And you can see the different departments that they're affiliated with or groups. Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have 1 vacancy due to the resignation of Ms. Carol Haas following her election to the board. We've not started advertising this position yet, but we have received 1 application from Rick Autry. And then also the term for Chuck Isbell will expire at the end of December. We'll reach out to him to see if he wishes to remain on this, but we will begin advertising that on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the Planning Commission, and we have the City Council position for that. So the board will choose someone for that. And then we've also received 2 applications as well, Mark Molinar and Graham Coates. Then we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We have 1 term vacant, which again is Ms. Carol Haas's, where she was elected to the board. We have not started advertising this position yet, but we do have 2 applicants, Chuck Isbell and Tabitha Howard. Then we have the Beer Board. The terms of Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock will expire on December 31st. We'll be reaching out to them to see if they wish to remain on the board or not. We will advertise this on Channel 3 and social media. This will not be on the agenda for Tuesday night. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term that expires, the 31st, and that's Chuck Isbell, and he went ahead and resigned from this committee prior to that. So we will start advertising this on Channel 3 and on social media. And again, this one's just informational, will not be on Tuesday's agenda. Last but not least, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. The terms of Megan DeBoard and Jeff Moss will expire on December 31st. We'll be reaching out to them as well as advertising on Channel 3 and on social media. Again, this is just for informational purposes only. With that, we're going to move on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman-elect Kara Hobbs.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that has supported me to get here to this position. I'm eager to jump in and start working for the community, and I look forward to working with all of you in the next 4 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Alderwoman-elect Carol Haas.
Once again, just like Alderwoman Hobbs said, thank you to the community for your support during the election, and I look forward to the next 4 years working with the board, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
Well, congratulations to all 3 of you. Welcome back. And I'm going to apologize to you ladies early and get it out of the way. I'm going to get Carol, Cara, Hobbs, Hoss. I'm going to get it mixed up. It's going to happen. So I go ahead and apologize now, get that out of the way. And I'm glad the election's over. That was a hard fought. You guys did great. And I hope we can continue to move the city forward as a team and work together. We're going to agree, we're going to disagree, but once we leave this boardroom, it's, you know, I know me and Jason's bumped heads, but once we leave this boardroom, that's it. So congratulations to you. Next thing is Santa Claus. I really thought somebody was trying to get in that door.
We did too. Yeah, we did too.
Are you the only one that knew about this?
There's a handful that knew about this, including the police.
Okay.
Make sure Santa did not get. We wanted to make sure Santa wasn't getting tackled.
You didn't know, Chief. I didn't know. I thought somebody was trying to get in, so that was pretty cool. That's a good job by them. That's all I got.
Well, Alderman Waldron had to leave, but he would like for me to pass on that Tire World is going to have a toy drive on Saturday, December 3rd. They're asking for unwrapped gifts to be dropped off at any of their Tire World stores. He asked to make sure your pets have fresh water and shelter. Please check on the elderly. And then want to thank Santa and Mrs. Claus for making an appearance, and thank you, Chief, for not shooting them, apparently. And I'm glad we were able to work out some therapy with Andrew there. Do want to remind everybody that tomorrow, December 2nd, from 5 to 8 p.m. At Sonic here in LaVergne, they will be doing our benefit for the Christmas for Kids and Seniors. And 20% of all sales will go to that, as well as 100% of all cash tips. I've heard our fire and police chiefs are both going to be out there with roller skates on, delivering food.
I'll be there. Okay.
Should be lots of fun, so please save yourself worrying about cooking tomorrow night. Go down there and let's support our kids and our seniors. Remind everybody about Parade of Lights starting at 5 p.m., so there will be some traffic on Murfreesboro Road with the road closures. So please plan appropriately, but come out, let's have a good time. Winterfest will be great. We're going to have lots of carriage rides, ice skating, singing, hot chocolate cookies. It should be a lot of fun. So I look forward to seeing everybody there. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.